9 o'clock, so we're going to call this meeting to order. If we could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and salute to the state flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the symbol of perfect friendship among united countries. Thank you. Going on, the next order of the agenda is approval of the work session agenda.
I move to approve the agenda.
Second motion.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I think we're being asked to move item D from presentations up to item A.
Correct.
Okay, I move to approve the agenda with D moved before A.
I'll second that amended motion.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So,
Okay, so we'll go ahead and move on to the county reports.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is another report for 6413. The one thing that I'd just like to see on the report, I'd like to acknowledge one of the training session that put on for us. It was very good, behavioral health, and also had to do with mental health, and it was a 16-hour course, and they did a very good job, so I want to recognize them. And other than that, if there's any questions on my report.
Okay, thank you. Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Pretty much business as usual. We did have some warm weather, so we were able to get some patching done for a couple of weeks in a row to help us get caught up on that. Other than that, we're still getting ready for our chip seal season and working on those roads. We are hauling base course over to Rosedale right now for that Rosedale project we're going to have as soon as we get done chip sealing this year. Other than that, it's just like I said, pretty much business as usual down there.
Any questions? And I apologize. Any questions for Mr. Carrillo on his report? No.
Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to go ahead and give some of my time over to the airport manager, Rebecca Winger, and she'll give you an update on the airport.
Chairman, Commissioners. I wanted to start out by providing you a little bit of information from Advanced Air. I know that they're a new provider for us, and so I've asked them to give us a little bit of stats and a little bit of background on their operation with us. So far, since they've been here since January 6th, we've had a 100% completion factor with 97% on time, and a lot of that comes down to the conditions we've had at the airport. We've had some challenging winter conditions this year, and so we're responsible for some of their delays, but they're doing a fantastic job staying on time. Also, for jobs in the community, they've created 6 local jobs. They offered Boutique every one of their employees a position, and everyone that wanted one received one. They also have 3 local jobs in Albuquerque and 2 in Phoenix, as well as 2 at their headquarters. So this really created some nice jobs for our community. They also start their people at $13.50 an hour, which is above our minimum wage. So I thought that was pretty positive. For the local community, they have pilots in town for 6 nights a week at local hotels, and they've established numerous contracts with local operators, and they will also be sponsoring the Tour of the Gila this year, so they're really getting involved in the community. Operationally for us, they are purchasing about 18,000 gallons a month of jet fuel, which is about 7,000 more than we were doing with Boutique. And on top of that, our low-lead sales have steadily increased in this last year, so we've had a lot more traffic coming through. Excuse me, my allergies. What else? Let's see here. I'm also happy to report that one of our tenants has started providing flight training at the airport. And so we actually have a flight school, and that's pretty positive. And then I'd like to acknowledge a few county employees. First, my guys. They've worked some really challenging conditions this winter. We've had just one winter event after another, as you know, and these guys are out in all sorts of conditions day and night. I'd also like to thank Randy. He's been a big support for us. And then for the road department, I'd also like to thank Adrian Mellon. We had some safety issues with our catwalk out there, and he's completely rebuilt it to safety standards, and that makes a huge difference. Thank you so much. And then finally, in facility maintenance, our new electrician has done a fabulous job out there. I don't know if any of you have been there recently, but he has redone all of our lights with LEDs, and, you know, while we still have some issues in the parking lot, you can actually see the building when you pull in, and you can get to the building, as well as on our air side. It's really improved our safety when we're out doing work in the field. So, any questions?
I'm curious about the fuel sales. I know that's good for us financially, but it's a huge increase.
It is.
Is that just because the King Air is less efficient than the Pilatus?
Well, 2 engines. So they also fly faster and higher, so.
That was the first thing I felt badly about that decision.
Well, it's really been good for the bottom line, that's for sure.
And is that Ms. Picot who's doing the flight training that you
Yes,
mentioned?
it is.
I appreciate you supporting her. I believe she's training one of Aldo Leopold's students, probably among other people.
Yeah, she has
It's
just
great.
several students at a time, but, you know, they're actually working out of the pilot's lounge there, and we're seeing increased fuel sales from them coming in and doing their work with us, and she actually has a list now of people who are interested in training with her.
That's great. Thank you for supporting that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do want to thank Rebecca for all the hard work that she's done out there, because I think her background in airport management has really brought a lot to the table in Grant County, and making sure that we're following the FAA regulations that we have to be heed to. So I want to thank her for all the hard work that she's done. I'll move on a little bit. Well, with fires, we had a grass fire on 180 a couple of weeks back. I want to thank Tyrone, Volunteer Fire Department, and Whiskey Creek. I also want to thank the New Mexico State Police Sheriff's Department for their traffic control, and also Terry Chahil from New Mexico DOT also helped with traffic control. We had a structure fire in Hurley, Fort Bear Volunteer Fire Department, and Whiskey Creek again assisted them with that structure fire. So I want to thank them for that. On the 30th of March, I will be having a wildfire risk reduction program with the grant money that I have. We're going to have a community meeting up in the Burro Mountains at Tyrone Station 3, which is on Red Rock Road. And I had the address and forgot what it was, but you can't miss it. So fire station's up there. So if they have any questions, they can call Battalion Chief Mark Hunter at 575-535-4733, or call myself or call my office at 575-574-0035. So I want to thank them. We're working hard with that. Maintenance department working now, getting into spring. Obviously tomorrow starts spring, but it doesn't feel like that just yet. We're making sure that all the roof units, the filters have been changed at the conference center. This building, not yet. It's not time for that yet. So I want to thank them. Did some painting at the courthouse for some offices over there with the new judge coming in. And then again, the electrician also doing some work over at the road department with some safety issues there with electrical. So he's helping. We put a new sewage grinder in over at the detention center. Also replaced 2 of the overhead doors, I believe. We had some issues with those. And so other than that, that's all I have, unless you have any questions for me.
Are you the one in charge of the building there at Baton?
Well, the maintenance department is in that, yes.
Because I've had a couple of complaints that the heaters don't work.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Salas, the problem with that is there's only one heater in that facility. And it's never really worked properly because it's electric, it's not big enough. The cost to replace it is pretty expensive. We didn't used to lease the building out during the winter months, but we have this year, and we've had some issues just because it's really basically a prefab building with 6 garage doors, so 6 garage doors, so you're gonna get a lot of airflow in there. We just don't have a unit big enough to heat the entire facility.
Well, I mean, could a check be done though to make sure that it's operational?
It's operational, it's just the problem is that you would have to run that for several days to get it up to par. We try to tell people that, but sometimes either people turn the breaker off and it's not working, and so, but I am trying to rectify that by making sure that if somebody's leasing it, that all of that is checked prior to them coming in the facility.
And has there ever been something done to find out what it would take to make that place ADA compliant?
We're working on it now, we'll have something for the commission pretty quickly.
Okay.
I don't have that information with me today, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Sala.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm I can't believe you left off your list of improvements, the new bike rack.
I have it right here, and I forgot to say that. So I did want to say, yeah, we did find it.
I walked up there now, thank you.
But the other thing I forgot to mention as well is that Advanced Air is buying fuel from us rather than buying fuel in Albuquerque, and that makes it.
I wondered if that was part of it. I'd hate to think it was that more inefficient.
It is, and it's a fact that I don't want to speak for Rebecca, but I'm sure that our prices are lower, but they're not that much lower than anywhere else. We have to stay competitive, and we, as an airport, we're looking at the surrounding areas, the size of our airport all the time to check fuel prices. And then again, when we get a fuel order in, based on what we're paying, obviously, we have to make a profit off of that. So, it's just like your car stations here, as the fuel goes up and down consistently as what the market shows us to what we're purchasing.
Sure.
So other than that, do you have any other questions? That's all I have.
One more question there at Baton Park. One of the front gates seems like it was hit and bent and is just sitting there. And do we have the in-house personnel to cut and weld and fix that gate?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Salas, I wasn't aware of that, but yes, we do, and I will definitely take a look at that. If it's, we've had several incidents like that where they tried to either knock over, if you notice, those old rail cars are there holding the fence up as well, they tip those over to get in. So we've had some vandalism out there with the gates, but I wasn't aware that there was one that was down there.
Yeah, it's the north side.
Okay.
And also, on the northeast ball field, there's a building there. And I thought is that a bathroom or is that just storage? There's 2 porta potties right by it.
There's a storage facility that we do have out there. But the old bathrooms are there that they look like storage facilities, but the problem with that, we didn't have the proper sewage to be running in to pump the water, so the kids were throwing rocks in there. And so we completely shut that down, and that's why we have the handicap porta potty there now.
Okay.
Those are not functional at this time.
Okay.
Commissioner.
So I just wanted to follow up on the airport conversation. I think it's great to hear all the good news coming out of the airport, including the fuel sales and, the on time and all that kind of stuff from Advanced Air. I really appreciate hearing that, and I certainly hope that isn't about them just being new, that we continue to hear that for as long as they're out there. It's really great. And thank you both for doing such a great job.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I think that's exactly what we look at when we look at new entities coming in, or when we look at new companies coming in. Obviously, when somebody starts, they want to look good, but what we want to do with Advanced Air is provide quality service to them, because I think it works both ways. If we can provide the service, if we're there when they need fuel, or if we're there when they need any type of assistance, then that's going to come back on us to say, hey, we like this contract that we're in Grand County, and we want to continue that over the years. So it's working both ways, and again, it's all because airport manager and her abilities to make sure that the airport's running properly. So we're all working together as a team, including you guys and the county manager as well, making sure that we have the proper services. So thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. The first part of this, I kind of want to echo what's been being said about Rebecca. She has been fantastic in working with me because I get a lot of the stuff sent on the regional water, and she's made sure that the engineer has fulfilled their requirements with the FAA. So I just want to point that out, that having her there and her expertise, that really has been nice, because that's stuff that could have slipped by me very easily, not understanding the FAA requirements. So thank you, Rebecca. So we've started the drainage design work on Bandoni. The engineer has started that design work. Earl and I have been working with them, and we've added a little bit more to the scope. So we'll be seeing if we've got enough money in the budget to increase the scope on that. But I just want to let you know that design work has started. We do have a price for design work on Wind Canyon, and I will be working on that in the budget for next year to make sure that we can get that done also. We're getting the final documents ready for Rosedale Road, working with the engineer on that. That's Sauter Miller and Associates on that one. So we're trying to finalize the documents so we can get that out to bid here real quick. So you'll be seeing that come through. Earl and I are working with several of our on-call engineers for design costs on a bunch of the GeoBond projects that we have identified. So we're trying to get an idea from the engineers as to the engineering costs for the designs that we need on that. But I want to let you know that we're working with several of our on-call engineers on that, not just any one specific one. And the construction is on schedule for the Whiskey Creek Volunteer Fire Department addition. That's moving forward as expected. And then just to kind of give you an update, because we've talked about it in the past, the cost estimates from facility build have come in pretty high on the addition for Fort Baird and the new station in Hachita. So we're going to be working internally on that. That's not within budget numbers right now, and we're trying to figure out what went awry there. But we may be needing to kind of change our actions on that, just to keep you guys updated. So that's what I've got so far, unless there's any questions.
Mr. Chair? Misha, is the design work you're talking about at Wind Canyon, is that low water crossing right off the highway on Farm Tank?
That is. Yes.
Great.
Yes, there's two drainages that come into that one. And like I said, we do have the cost estimates on that, and I'm going to need to work that into my budget. So you'll see that on my budget request for this next fiscal year.
Great, thank you.
You said, could you refresh me on what's the project at Fort Baird?
It's an addition to the volunteer fire department at Fort Baird. Several of our fire departments, we're at making additions to them if they're already existing, where we add training rooms, offices, restrooms as required by the State Fire Marshal's office.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I do have a follow-up question to that. That's paid for by state fire funds?
That is paid for by state fire funds.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Nothing? Okay. Sheriff Gomez? Oh, never mind, I'm sorry. The elected officials.
They usually go Thursday.
Right. I think you got it. Got them all?
Oh, no, that's not true. Complete. Public works.
So we'll be moving next to the public input portion. The general purpose of Grant County or the county work session is to inform the Grant County Board of Commissioners of agenda items that will be addressed at the next regular meeting, and for the department heads and other elected officials to communicate with commissioners in regards to matters in their respective departments. In accordance with Grant County Resolution number R-19-01, we welcome public input limited to agenda items only, and will be limited to 5 minutes per speaker. Do we have any public input? Yes, sir. red light's on. Oh, it is on.
It's on.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Robert Donnelly. I've been a resident of Grant County almost 10 years now, and I feel welcomed by the invitation to give public input. And I've been looking at the agenda for Thursday's meeting, and it's going to be a busy meeting, so I'm going to give me my blessings there. The airport report that I just heard sounds very, very positive. It's good news for those of us who fly. I'm looking forward to the Gila Regional Medical Report. It's one of my favorite places here in the Grant County. I go there regularly. Cancer treatment, actually, so it's been very, very good. The Hidalgo Medical Services, I just saw in the paper that there was a grant that they just got. That sounds good. For expansion of the intensive care sort of things. The High Desert Humane Society, I just think that's one of the greatest items that we have, especially after the story that was just in the paper about feral cats. We don't have any problem with that in our neighborhood, but we can see them going through. I don't know the Complete Count Committee action at all, so I have no comment on that. Just looking at the overall agenda for Thursday, like I said, I'm going to be here for a while and attending all of this. I don't have any specific self-interest, let's say, or I have no political axe to grind at this point. But I just want to say I appreciate the possibility of public input, and I hope that the agendas continue to carry that. I think it's very, very important, and one of the reasons I come up here is to fulfill that spot, to make sure it doesn't get lost, and say, oh, well, nobody talks anymore, so we can scratch that off the agenda. So I ask you to please don't do that. And other than that, I wish you all a good session today, and I'll see you on Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public input? No? Okay. Moving on to presentations and reports. Discussion regarding the Complete Count Committee. Paul Doolan?
Chairman, Commissioners, I just wanted to point out that right as the meeting started, I handed you the Complete Count Committee list. That is just a start to the list that I've been working on, so don't think that that's the final. So I just want to point that out.
Thanks again for having me here. I was here about a month ago, and I addressed you during the work session about the resolution. And thank you for passing that resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, and also the county manager and the rest of the commissioners for passing that resolution. As Mr. Larish has said, now we have a letter of invitation that needs to go out. I'm here to tell you that it's not enough just to pass the resolution. That's just the first step. Now we have to form that committee, and the idea of that committee is that they're invited by the letter you have. That's a sample letter that will be sent out to all the people on the list. Now, the letter should mention the date and the time and the place of the first meeting. And you can, usually what happens is once you have a meeting, then the community talks about this committee and the importance of the census, and it's up to me to be a resource person to you and to that committee, and also to Mr. Larish. And the intent is other organizations may come to you and say, I want to be on the committee, and that's fine, that's good, it's a good thing to happen. But the committee should be inclusive. It should not be politicized. You don't just invite the people that you have relatives in a certain organization. It should be the largest employer. It should be the faith-based community. It should be the schools. It should be the largest employer. Anyway, the point is not only inclusive but also strategic. We have here in Grant County certain pockets of people that do not respond or have a very low response rate to the census. And again, starting in, say, March of next year, about a year, a little bit less than a year away, they will be receiving, every household will receive a postcard, say, the census form is coming. And then the census form comes, and they're supposed to respond to that, either online or by telephone, or filling out the 10 questions, answering the 10 questions on the census form and sending it back. And we'll be able to track in real time, as they process those things electronically, we'll be able to track where we still need help. But the idea of the Complete Count Committee, for which you passed a resolution, is that we get the intelligence on where are the hard to count and why are they hard to count. So in the past, based on the 2010 census, you have, again, pockets of people that may be immigrants, they may be foreign born, they may be poor, it may be an area that they have a lot of rentals, they move around a lot, they're the poor, they're the students over at Western New Mexico University. We need to figure out a strategy for each of these groups and then apply that strategy to get your numbers up. And again, I repeat, why to get the numbers up? Why to have an accurate count of the census? It's about money. It's about the outlays that you spearhead within the county. The rural development, USDA, rural development with water, any federal matching, Medicaid, Medicare, SNAP, federally qualified health centers, Hidalgo Medical Services, for instance, Gila Regional, which is also a critical care hospital. At any rate, we need to go those steps to send out that letter, to have the first meeting. I will train these people. I'll be back to train the people, and we need to develop a strategy going forward to raise the numbers, to have a complete count. And we need to have a plan of action. So I'm here to answer any other questions, and Mr. Larish has already made a short list. We'll probably add to that list, not forgetting who to invite, and it's up to you as the county commission, and understand the municipality of Silver City and other municipalities will be invited to join this committee too. It's very important to have the municipalities do their duty and not to have the county do everything for everybody. So I stand for questions.
Any questions?
Sure. Yeah, seems to me logical the county clerk would be on this list.
And who would?
The county clerk being the...
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Brown, that's the beauty of the list. We can put whoever we want on there. That's why this list that I provided to you is just my instant brainstorming, based on conversations with Mr. Doolin and conversations with the municipality as to who they would like to be on there.
Great.
You sent out blanks, but yeah, this is a live document. And as Mr. Doolin said, even after we get the first meeting, we're going to have more people that are going to show up and say, maybe I should be on there. And as the committee, I'm sure that, like I said, I've got myself on there as the designee. I will work with Charlene and work with the commission to see if they are somebody that we want to add. The resolution allows you to add, remove at any point. So this is just an ongoing as we move through the census. So.
Thanks.
As long as you don't shoot them, that's okay. Okay. At any rate, also the COG, the Council of Governments, has supported this effort in the past, and will be supporting this going forward. It also should be a member of your committee, and that's to link things together. Remember, this is about money. It's $3,000 per capita per year if you leave 50 people out of the count that should be counted. It's $150,000 a year for 10 years. Once the census number is established, you're stuck with it for 10 years. So we definitely want to count everybody, and we want an accurate count. Any other questions? I will be back again once the letters have been sent out. the date of the first meeting, the place and time of the first meeting. I'll be there to train those people, to give them a similar type of orientation that you have had, that you have had before you, and also to help them develop a strategy. I'm a resource person. I think in the past there wasn't a resource person. The COG probably took care of things, but I'm here to assist the county commission and all municipalities and all the members of the Complete Count Committee. And we want to move the needle. We want to have 100%, which is ridiculous to think. New Mexico has been the 49th out of 50th states to respond to the census. This is one of those areas we want to do better. It needs money if we do. Thank you.
I just have maybe for Mr. Lars. So I'm thinking of Hatchita, Buckhorn, Red Rock, the Rivers Valley, a lot of people, very isolated, cliff dwellings area. How can we reach out how can we find people in those areas to be on this committee?
That is a good question, and that's why, we're trying to put together the committee the best that we can. Like I said, we won't miss people, and then we'll try to bring them in. And the committee's job, as Mr. Dillon said, is to try to brainstorm how we get those people counted. So you're correct, Commissioner Billings, that having somebody from Hatchita on there will definitely be able to provide some input to us as to how we can get those people counted. So that's all stuff that we just need to brainstorm together. And like I said, write notes on that paper that I gave you. Write those down, and I'll make sure to add them and get that going so that we can hopefully get people appointed very quickly.
Misha, I have a name and number of a contact in Hatchita that might be a candidate.
Great, thank you.
If I may, good morning, Commissioner. So I just wanted to add a little bit to what Commissioner Billings was referring to. Number one, I wanted to make sure that all of you are aware, in 2010, we designated quite a few census designated places that include Hatchita, it includes Buckhorn, Gila, Mimbres, San Lorenzo, on and on. And I can't remember all of them, but we've done quite a bit in the region as far as census designated places. A lot of those census designated places were established around water associations. So one of the ways that we reach those individuals is by going to the actual water boards to be able to attract them to do the actual survey itself. So that's what I did in the past. The other thing that we do that's very helpful in getting people to answer is by actually going out to the schools and having the school sponsor little prizes or for those that have the most response in the classroom. So we've done that, and we use the kids, and then the kids then encourage their parents to do the survey forms. I think our greatest challenge is going to be is that because some of the actual survey now form is going to be online. I think that's a challenge. It's always a challenge in the rural areas, and it's always a challenge when you have isolated areas that are hard to find. So I think there's some measures in place that we have already that's going to be helpful. And I will continue to work with the Census Count Committee to ensure that we're doing everything possible. And so I am going to be working with Daniel to be able to kind of break out some of the census designated places. An example of that is Casas Adobes. Now that they have their own water district, I want that data specifically for Casas Adobes because that helps us in the grant process. So I also look at it from a statistical viewpoint.
Priscilla, did I hear you say it's available only online?
No, I think it's both paper and online.
And now by telephone, there's 17 different languages. If somebody is an immigrant and only speaks a certain language, the actual paper will be in Spanish and also in English. So that we sent to the houses. And we have a program called Update Leave. These rural areas, we cannot leave a census form in a post office box. It has to be at the entrance. So we have to do Update Leave, which means we send census takers out to leave the census form, at a house. If they're not eaten by a pit bull that's in the yard, then they'll leave the census form there. So at any rate, I'm lucky in that I have somebody like Priscilla here. This person does not exist in every location. I have like 7 counties, including, as I said before, Catherine County, which has the infamy of being the worst in the United States as far as response to the census, and that's because they have a lot of refusers. And we have all types. With the rhetoric that's going around, it's going to be a tough year. But we need to do that, and especially if Grant County can shine, that's great. We can move the needle. It's Priscilla says, we already have a strategy. She's bringing up points of the strategy. And so when we come together, they share strategies. So the person from Machito will get an idea on how to, they come to a meeting, they get an idea, and they take it back. And the same thing with the school kids. Just so you know, I have a meeting scheduled with the Saltwater Conservation District to talk about farming issues. As soon as we finish here, I'll go over to the university where I have a meeting scheduled with the president of the university so they take care of their own, so they're members of also of the Complete Count Committee. So this is what we're doing at the university. We count all those people here because this is where they have an impact on the resources as opposed to where they come from.
Priscilla, I had another question also. So can the volunteers, like Mr. Doolin said, there's 17 languages available by phone. Can a volunteer use their cell phone to help somebody get through that process? Could they carry an iPad, something like that?
Commissioner, that would be my recommendation. I think that's some of the challenges that we're facing because, number one, when I look at the region in itself, number one, we're talking about the broadband capacity. Right. Then we talk about if we're using cell phone service, and typically most people used to have landlines, now they're going from landlines to cell phones. Right. So then there's another broadband capacity. And then if I remember in the 2010, just because they were across the hall from my office, is that there was a lot of issues around the mapping piece and really finding those areas that were isolated and finding those homes. And then I think part of the challenge is to ensure that whoever's being hired and is leading the group really understands the demographics of the area, because if they don't, then those are pieces that are going to miss. So that's where I think also, being part of the census count committee is important, because we can continue to monitor that, because if nobody's monitoring, then that becomes an issue.
And we can, based on real-time input in the Complete Count Committee, send those census takers out to certain pockets. As Priscilla says, they can speak the language. They're from that community. They're trusted faces. We intend to hire a lot of people, over 1,000 in the state, and in this area, probably 20 or so. Anyway, they'll be flexible enough to go in different places, depending on what the Complete Count Committee does.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to Senior Regional Medical Center reports. Jackie, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. We welcome this opportunity to speak with you today, give you an update on what's going on in the hospital. First of all, I would really like to thank Commissioner Ponce for spending some time with Richard and I in the hospital. It was a very delightful visit, and thank you so much for showing interest in what goes on in our hospital. And we're hoping, Commissioner Salas, that we are able to set up the time with you also, because we would like to be able to show you things in the hospital, also to share with you what our strategic plan is for this year that we're in right now. We really would like that opportunity. First of all, let me just start by saying we are just delighted with our new oncologist who has really thrown himself in his role as a full-time oncologist for our cancer center, Dr. Fontalongo. He and Martin White, the PA who are in there, are now seeing a lot of patients. Patients are able to get in without wait now, and this is exactly what we wanted. Also, in with this, Dr. Fontalongo and PA White have come to me and expressed a desire to even expand our cancer treatment even more than what it is now. And let me explain that piece of it to you. They have a very unique relationship when you look at cancer treatment with the surgeon, primary care, interventional cardiologist, interventional radiologist. So with the interventional radiologist, what we want to do is the day that someone comes in for a mammogram, if there is something that is detected, we want to be able for that interventional radiologist to do a diagnostic test that same time frame that the patient is there, thus reducing that amount of anxiety that patient is going through. If there is a positive test with that diagnostic test, then they're able to get that patient in to see a surgeon that day or the next morning, depending on when the test was done. By that early intervention, then they're able to go to the oncologist very quickly so that treatment is started. We talked about this once before, and I think that anyone who is, has something detected, even a questionable something from the family practice, wants to know, wants to get it out, wants the treatment, but they don't want any delay in this, and they don't want to be sent somewhere else that treatment is maybe expedited. We want to be that center. So instead of being the cancer center, we want to be known as the oncologist service line, where you can come in and get all of your treatment very quickly instead of having any prolonged wait. So that's what we're doing right now. In working with this, I wanted to also mention that thanks to the works of Senator Ramos and Representative Rebecca Dow, and most importantly, Priscilla Lucero, who is the most knowledgeable person that I have ever met with what goes on in the county and what goes on in Santa Fe. But due to their hard work, we were able to get secured a new PET scan for our hospital for the cancer patients. Also some renovation to a room that was much needed in the cancer center for ventilation, and capital equipment funding in the amount of a little over $200,000. But without these people supporting our hospital and without these people supporting our people in our county, this would not have been possible. So I really want to extend that great appreciation to them. We also have a new pediatrician that has signed with us, and he has signed his contract, and he will be starting as soon as he goes through the credentialing process. I wanted to also give you an update on the Bear Clinic. The Bear Clinic is taking a little more in renovation. It was not in good shape when we got it, so we're having to do some extensive renovations on that building to make it safe and secure for our patients. And that is underway, so we're looking at a May start date as opposed to the February that we thought we would be starting. But we have, as you know, already hired the practitioner to go in that building, and we'll be looking for yet another practitioner or a family practice doctor to also go in that. I wanted to move to something else right now, give you an update on the patients being brought in from the Border Patrol. We have seen an extreme decline in the number of patients that have come in. And I think this has to do with the fact that what we have been told, that they hired some medical personnel to be on site in the detention center. So from what I understand, that process is being, those patients are being cared for a little bit more rapidly and having to prevent that care in our emergency department. Also, I believe that they're getting care through HMS that is in Lordsburg, so that has really greatly declined in the number of patients that we're seeing. I also wanted to give you an update on the RNs that are coming from the Philippines. They are coming in the last of this month and are starting to trickle in. Of course, the big question is going to be housing. So we're working on that, and their company is actually responsible for finding that housing. And so we are having a meeting this week to kind of organize things so that it'll be a very smooth transition for these nurses coming in. Very excited about that. I also wanted to let you know that we had a bomb threat in the hospital recently on the weekend. And this caused a lot of things to go into motion. We had administrative people on site. They called the police and local law enforcement, and the FBI was also brought into this. There was a very thorough sweep done of the hospital. It was meticulously completed. There were no bombs, and but we had a feeling that this was some type of a hoax, but we did not want to take any chance on what if it is something. So the FBI not only was involved in it, but also involved with packages coming from external sources in doing a sweep of those packages also. So I wanted to share that with you. The next thing I wanted to share is that we have an attorney who is going to be coming to give an in-service to our board members. The date has not been solidified, but he will be coming in to talk about the roles and responsibilities of board members. And I think this will be a great educational opportunity for our board members, especially our newer ones. There was one thing I wanted to bring to your attention. There was a television program that came on last Sunday, and one of the articles that they talked about in this program was about rural hospital closures all over the United States. It was very eye-opening, really, when you looked at all the dots where all these hospitals were. And they were everywhere from Texas to the East Coast and from Arizona to the West Coast. The only one in there that I saw specifically that had no dots on it was New Mexico. I am so pleased about that because that means that a lot of hard work is going into keeping hospitals intact. And I want you to know that Richard and I and all of the people that work in Gila have taken this so seriously, and we're doing everything possible to make sure that we are financially sound, not only for today, but our future to come. So Richard will be talking a lot to you today about where we are right now and about some other things that he has put into place so that we see even a greater financial package in the future. Richard?
Good morning. Just to follow on with Ms. Taffy's conversation on the rural hospital closures, what I want you to understand that is for those of you that haven't been around hospitals that close and the impact on the community, that is a devastating event, regardless of the other medical services within the community. in New Mexico, it's true there hasn't been a hospital closure. However, there's 32 hospitals in New Mexico that's at significant risk of closure. That's a lot of hospitals in New Mexico. So it's not something that we can, pat ourselves on the back and move forward like there is no threat. There is a serious threat, and it's mainly coming from reimbursements. The lifeblood of any organization is cash flow. So you might think that these hospital closures are, just poor little county-run hospitals. That is not the case. That they are represented in the ones that have closed, but there are for-profit hospitals that have been located in rural areas that have closed. There's non-for-profit hospitals that have closed. So it's across the board. Rural health care, as anyone that works in the industry will tell you, it's a very difficult environment to thrive and survive these days. So having said that, I paid real close attention to the gentleman in the back as he was talking. So he's been here 2 years. I've been here 1 year. And I'm really glad I'm in Grant County. I really, my wife and I, we were talking, you may or may not know that I made a commitment to Miss Taffy and the Gila Regional for a year. And that year was up. So, I had a conversation with my wife okay, I've done what I said I would do. And so what do you want next? And her response was, we've just gotten settled in Silver City, and I like it here. I don't want to move. I said, I can make that happen. So we really like it in Silver. In Grant County, there's a lot of opportunities here. I like living here way better than I like living in Texas. Although, the last several weeks, there's been a lot of windy conditions, and it reminded me of hot Texas. But other than that, we enjoy it very much here. So I just wanted to make that personal comment. So getting to the financial report, we have our timing of our reports have gotten a little bit off. So our board does not meet until next week to go over the February data. So I believe you have the January information in front of you, and we'll kind of go over it real quickly. So for the month of January, the hospital system made a net profit of $291,000. That did bring our year-to-date profit to a positive $3,035. From an EBITDA perspective, we generated $529,000 in cash flow for the month of January. Year-to-date wise, we have spun off $1.6 million in cash within the organization. So just a real quick update on what February looks like. We anticipate reporting a profit of $29,500, which would bring our year-to-date profit right at a little above $32,000. So we're continuing our march toward profitability. A couple of things I just wanted to talk about. Moving over to page 2 on some of our KPIs. Our days cash on hand at the end of January is 47.6 days. So one thing I want everyone to understand that, days cash on hand is important. However, we are spending cash for, some capital equipment, some one-time projects. So we're trying to balance what we take in to what we spend out, but we can't stay still just to grow days cash on hand. And I just wanted to point that out. Our days in net AR is at 43.8. Days in accounts payable is 39.5, so we've really tightened that up very closely. One thing I do want to comment as it relates to the census, and I believe that gentleman's left already. However, the census really matters for healthcare, especially hospitals and even HMS, because several federal programs are based on census data. So, it's important that we get the census right because, and I'm sure Daniel will agree with us that, if we lose certain federal designation like professional shortage areas, that has real impact on how we operate. And so I'm really glad that there's going to be some emphasis on getting our census as complete as possible. Having said that, though, Gila Regional in January had 483 FTEs. So we are a fairly large employer in the community. I think everyone needs to keep that, or at least recognize the fact that we're a major employer here, and we take that responsibility seriously. A couple of things that I do want to comment on what we're doing at the hospital. One, we are deploying some software that will work in conjunction with Meditech, our information system. So when you have a patient come into the hospital, when we enter their name and their insurance company, right now is get on the phone, try to get verification that the patient's covered, and then the patient correctly wants to know what their responsibility is going to be. So we're deploying a piece of software from Experian Health that will, once we enter that data, it will fire off in the background and confirm that they have the coverage. It'll bring their plan benefits forward. It will allow us to more accurately generate patient responsibility statements, estimates, and then multiple other things that will be going on in the background while the registration or patient access person is completing their task. These things will be happening in the background. So that is going to be a big step forward for the organization to make sure that we can get paid for what we do. I believe another step that we're seriously considering is moving our physician practice network to onto the Meditech ambulatory product. Now, why is that really important? So from an operational perspective, right now we have, when a patient comes in the hospital, they get entered into Meditech, and so we have all the prior histories of what's going on with that patient for everything that's done in the hospital. Our physician practice network is on a system called Athena Health. So when you go into our practices, you get registered and all your information and history is stored there. The problem is the two never meet. So we don't know in the hospital what's going on in the clinics, and the clinics have no idea what's going on in the hospital. So this is an opportunity for us to create a community-wide medical record for all of our patients. So if you come into our surgical practice or our cardiology practice, you will have access to what went on in the emergency room last night, or what if you were just recently discharged, what happened, what were the discharge instructions. He'll have access to all those information, so it will make the continuation of care much more seamless. Also, if you come into our emergency room and you were in the physician practice last week or last night or yesterday, he'll see what type of medications you're on. What did the primary care or the cardiologist, what did they do for this patient? So all that information will be available. So we've looked at that more as a patient safety issue that we're going to resolve, and from an operational standpoint, all the data resides in one system, not two or three different systems that we have going on right now. So the break-even point on that solution is slightly less than 5 years. So what we're spending today, it'll take us about 5 years to recover the cost to do this transition. Okay, so I believe last month we talked a little bit about Western Sky. We really had, I particularly had a lot of heartache over Western Sky, and so we have to date declined the contract with Western Sky, although we have contracted with the Blue Cross and Presbyterian plans, and there was no break-in service there. So I'm glad to report today that Western Sky finally came around and met some of our requests. And so I do have a contract on my desk now that I anticipate will execute this week. So I'm happy about that. Another project we're looking on, so now you have patients come into the hospital and everything goes well. That's what we work so hard for. And now they get a bill. So what happens then? So we are looking at a solution that we're considering deploying that will allow the patient to access online, their responsibility to the health system, whether it's in our physician practices or in the hospital, which is another reason why we need to consolidate our platform, because we can leverage so much infrastructure that we already have in place can be leveraged over to the clinics. So the big point of this is, you get a bill, let's say it's $600, or even $400 that I've been hearing about a lot on the news, $400 bill throws a lot of families sort of out of whack. They don't have $400 just sitting there to send the hospital. Even though they needed our services, that's just the reality of life, so you got to recognize that. So this particular solution will allow them, without any interaction with anybody at the hospital, to select up to 3 months to pay that bill off over 3 months. Or it will allow them to initiate a payment plan that, depending on the outstanding balance, will allow them to move that anywhere from 6 months to 2 years, depending on what the balance is, without ever calling or talking to anyone in the health system. So we're looking at this as a way to empower people to manage their resources and get the service they need. So so stay tuned on that. We're still vetting that solution. I will tell you, it is used at very large and medium-sized health systems across the United States. We will be the first in New Mexico to deploy this type of technology if we decide to move forward with it. I do want to let the council know that it's not all about trying to figure out how to get more money in. Sometimes it's about trying to keep money from flowing out. So we have initiated about a month ago an energy study, and we're partnered with Train Healthcare, or Train, like the HVAC systems, is what they're really known for. But they do have a healthcare energy savings division. So we have initiated that process and expect to report soon. As people here that are over building maintenance and upkeep, there's a lot of energy consumed in a building the size of Gila Regional. So we're going to figure out how we can reduce some of our monthly costs there. And I do want to remind everyone that our charges are on our website, our hospital charges, as required by CMS. If you go to our website, you can look up, you can look and see our comparative hospital or the Cruces hospitals. I encourage everyone to go look and take a look at that. And it's some really interesting information, because as I've heard since I've been here, is Gila Regional prices are just out the roof. Well, if our prices are out the roof, with the hospitals in Las Cruces that a lot of people go to, and they are really out of reach. So I encourage you to go look at that. And that's my report. Any questions?
Any questions?
All right, well, mine is not urgent. I wanted first to say that we did not receive a January financial report, so I didn't have anything to look at while you were talking. It's not a major month, so not a big deal. In second, I'm the Commission's representative on our County Regional Dispatch Authority, and I'm not sure what's been happening, but it looks like we might be losing the hospital as a member of that Joint Powers Agreement, and I'm saddened by that because I like to think of the hospital as a full community.
Commissioner, let me speak to that. We were really waiting for Mr. Marshall to come back from Santa Fe, and we're scheduling a meeting early next week. We will be joining that. It's just some questions, tweaking some things, but we will be joining that. Absolutely.
I did want to briefly comment on that. So, when the hospital enters a contract of whatever nature it is, we have to be very careful on the languages in those contracts. And I think originally there were some language issues within this Joint Powers Agreement, which I believe have been worked out already. And I want you to know, Commissioner Brown, that we spent probably $2,000 in legal fees as we went back and forth trying to get something that our attorneys felt like the hospital could live with, for lack of a better word. So it wasn't that we were ignoring or delaying. When we have a corporate compliance officer that's really particular, and the hospital attorney is very particular about any contingent liabilities that the hospital will assume. So, but again, having said that, I think the language has all been worked out, and I think we should be ready to move forward.
I hope that's true.
Yes, sir.
Your turn.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Richard, I do have a question. Our finance director was contacted yesterday from Ron with NMFA about a loan that you were applying for. So they're questioning the county about who's doing that application, what the revenue, the payment source is going to be. How is the county tied to the liability if you fail to? Can you talk about that and describe what your guaranteed revenue source is, and do you anticipate the county being on the hook for any of that, or just kind of talk about the process in general?
Well, so this is related to there's multiple things going on with this one bill, which is a revenue bond, which will result in a revenue bond. And it is controlled by the New Mexico Hospital Funding Act, which Ron and I have had discussions about that. Ron and the financing authority's bonding attorneys have discussions about that. So the source of funding for repayment of that bond will be the cigarette stamp tax fund for part of it. About roughly $60,000 of that bond issue will be guaranteed by the revenue of the hospital. Now, my understanding is the Hospital Funding Act insulates the county from any potential liability, is what I've been told by my attorneys. So I don't see any blowback toward the county on that. They will solely look to the hospital for any repayment under the protection of the Hospital Funding Act. So we've had numerous discussions with the financing authority. obviously. And there was at some point, there was a discussion about what involvement the county commission as a body would be required under the floating of that particular bond. So it as of today, it appears that the Pima Regional Board of Trustees has the authority to actually issue the letter of need. But that's where we are today. Last week, I was pretty sure we were going to have a discussion with this body. But today, that's where it stands.
Okay, so we were a little confused why he was calling us, and she had that conversation with him yesterday, so you might want to follow up to make sure that you and him are on the same page, because he was asking where we fit into the picture. And
I do have a call with Ron scheduled.
okay, great, that makes me feel much better, thank you.
Mr. Chair? I do have some other questions that I realize now is my opportunity. We're discussing the annual audit from fiscal year 2018 today. And since the hospital is a component unit of the county, there are some issues with the hospital, and I realize y'all probably leave before we get around to that subject. So if I could ask you now, there were 3 material weaknesses in that audit related to the hospital. One from the current year and 2 that were prior year findings. And in all 3 cases, management's response involves having things in place by a certain deadline. 2 of those deadlines were December 31, and one's March of this year, March 31 of this year. So I'm wondering if I get a status update and maybe just go through them in chronological order. The 2017 finding number 2 was a material weakness related to information, timely and accurate information being available to decision makers at the hospital. And the controller is supposed to have this reconciliation process resolved by the end of last year. Did that happen?
Yes, it has.
Awesome. I was hoping it would be like super quick yeses. And number 2, from the current year, which is only a significant deficiency, not a material weakness, is about charity and indigent care. And you said you would, the CFO, Mr. Stokes, would have these policies in place and implemented by the end of last year.
Yes.
Did that happen?
So yes, and I don't know why this happened, but we did have a charity or indigent care policy already in place. We have reinstituted that policy, and we are where appropriate, where we can get the information necessary to write off an account for charity care. We are doing that. However, that's not something the hospital can do by itself. It requires participation of the patients as well. But having said that, we are getting patients that are willing to cooperate with us to write those off appropriately.
So I guess there are 2 issues. You're describing the implementation involving patients. You saying that the policies and procedures are in fact in place,
yes.
And the auditors just weren't aware of that fact?
No, they were in place. They were not being implemented.
I see.
So just a FYI on that, I am in the process of rewriting that policy. I hope to have it completed by the end of this month. That will give a little better guidance to our staff. I mean, it's all basically the same information, but just to update the policy and then educate the staff on what the new policy processes are.
Okay, thank you. And then the last one is number 1 for this year, about having consistent internal controls, which is I think a pretty major flag for anybody who reads audits. And by the end of this month, the controller is responsible for having these written policies and procedures. Is that on track?
That is on track. However, with most smaller organizations, the separation of duties is an issue, and it always is an issue. So what we are doing is putting together processes that will mitigate the fact that, our staff is so small and we have to get certain things accomplished, and having to separate those duties sufficiently to comply with any issue is difficult in small organizations. But we have made some changes to that.
That was the only internal control issue, was segregation of duties?
That is always the main one that external auditors look at, because the impact of that can be nothing or can be great.
Yeah. Okay. I'm glad that's the only one, but potentially serious.
If I could just add to this before we leave, as you can see by Richard's report, we are doing some fabulous things, exciting things. And, this time last year, we were trying to tread water. We were trying to just keep our heads above the oxygen was coming. But now we're on to great things. And I thank you again for letting us have this opportunity. Thank the citizens of this county for allowing us this opportunity to serve you and to bring better quality of health, consistent health, comprehensive health to this county and the city of Silver City. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, thank you, and thanks for the explanation. It's nice to see that you guys are getting some breaths. $30,000 sounds better than being in the hole, that's for sure.
And every time I hear those small amounts, I think about how it was last year, and I keep thinking of what Commissioner Brown said. Let's don't get too excited about it yet. We got a long way to go, but we're in it for the ride. We certainly are. Thank you.
So I have some questions. Thank
Sorry.
Yeah, so thank you for that report. Thank you for the explanation of the days of cash on hand, which has, I think, risen one day since since the last report. But with that explanation, that you're making some capital expenditures, that's appreciated. So Richard, you mentioned the integration of patient records in the community as a matter of patient safety. So will that include other caregivers that probably send people to the hospital, HMS and Silver Healthcare?
Well, it depends. So I think HMS on Eastern Forward. Okay. So they're on a completely separate system that will not have ties into, or do not have ties into our particular system. Now, having said that, one of the things that we'll be looking at moving into the future is the OIG has an exception that allows hospitals to provide certain information technology to non-owned entities. So what we'll be exploring once we move to the ambulatory product is what is the expansion capability out beyond our walls into other providers. So let's say, for example, if we can extend the ambulatory product outside of our organization. So if HMS decided, because it made business sense for them to do that, for them to jump onto the ambulatory product, then there would be certain information that would be able to transfer through the system. So, there's lots of firewalls, external entities couldn't access the entire Meditech system, but a subset of it as it relates to their patients. So that is something that we're exploring as a possibility moving forward. I wasn't exactly going to talk about that right now. But
okay, well, thank you for, that's all I had.
And if I could have one more thing which I forgot. Yesterday, in the late evening, or in the early evening actually, there was a electrical smoke coming from one of the patient's rooms at an outlet. And the fire department came out and reassured us that our building and our patients were safe. So I just wanted to do a shout out for our local fire department. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next item, Hidalgo Medical Services update. Dan Alfaro.
Good morning, and thank you, Commissioners, and county representatives and elected officials. I do appreciate having the opportunity. I think the rotation that seems to work for HMS on updates is to come out every other month to provide updates. And I have quite a few that I want to bring forward today. Obviously, there's a lot going on in our organization as well. First, an update on CUCASA. As you know, we opened in October of last year with 10 hours a day, 5 days a week. And to transition to the 24 hours a day is primarily dependent right now on licensing. And there are several licenses that we had to acquire to do that. Our pharmacy license is in place. Our controlled substance license is in place. Our federal DEA license is in place. And our environmental license gives us the ability to provide food to the patients being served there is in place. We have submitted our Department of Health Crisis Triage Center license, which is still in pending status. So it's a long process, as you can imagine. Once we have that license, then we have to start our ramp up of hiring the appropriate number of clinical and non-clinical staff in order to open the doors safely 24/7. So we will definitely keep you in the loop on that. In regards to HMS's representation in the mining district from providing clinical services in that area, we have submitted a license request to CMS to provide services with a mobile unit. We're expecting that within the next couple of weeks, and our target is to be back in that community on May 1st if everything works out. And this week we are ordering a permanent facility, which is going to be a modular building that will be put on a permanent foundation, again in the mining district, to provide medical, dental, behavioral health, and family support services. I would say the good news for HMS and those patients that we serve is that we've been tracking very closely the patients that were receiving care from HMS in the Baird clinic, and we've had minimal decreases in the patients. They're just coming all the way to Silver City to see Dr. Ferguson and Ms. Dara Foster. So that's been good from the standpoint of continuing to provide them the high-quality services that we promised them. And as I go through these, please, if you have any questions or if you want to wait to the end, of course, that's completely at your pleasure. The next update I want to provide, we announced a couple of months ago that we joined forces with 6 other federally qualified health centers around the state to establish a limited liability corporation and clinically integrated network. That network is up and operational, and we are implementing a major statewide population health software system. And pulling the data from those 7 FQHCs into that system. And we're negotiating contracts with all the Medicaid MCOs to provide. These contracts look different because they're value-based contracts, and there's upside and downside risk that we're engaging in to improve quality for our Medicaid recipients as well as reduce the cost of care. And I will continue to provide updates when I do come, because this is an important initiative. It's one of the best practices for improving quality and reducing costs that's happening throughout the country. And this initial phase is truly for the FQHCs around the state that have a very, the same business model. Phase 2 of this is to expand that into our local communities. And hopefully partner with the hospital on this as well, so that we can bring a hospital and our other local community physicians into this network. So those discussions are already starting. That will be a way out. That's probably 2 years out, but we do have that in our sights. In regards to clinical quality, every year we collect our clinical quality data for a full year, and we have to report it to HRSA, our federal agency that oversees our organization. And I'm happy to report that every year we continue to improve on our clinical outcomes, and we've had a 15.5% improvement across 15 which now moves us to exceeding 11 out of 15 clinical measures at the state level as compared to other federal qualified health centers, and exceeding 12 of 15 clinical measures across the national comparison benchmarks. So this is obviously an important measure that we use to track our progress on improving quality outcomes and using those as part of the CIN that I mentioned previously. To provide an update on our comprehensive senior services, I just want to share with you when we were so fortunate to partner with the county over a little over a year and a half ago now. We were serving 313 individual seniors, and we're now up to 342, so we've had a slight increase in the number of seniors being served. That translates to the number of meals being served. When we started, it was 35,544, and in this fiscal year, it increased to 37,896. So to translate that means we're touching more lives of seniors as it relates to their social engagement, as well as ensuring that they have at least a minimum of one meal a day. Around that, as you all know, that there's been a bill passed at the legislature this year to increase the minimum wage. Rebecca Dow, Representative Dow, worked hard to try to get some funding to support that for the people that serve our seniors. And at this point, there hasn't been an additional budget to support that. And so the impact to the senior centers as it relates to labor costs will, in this first phase, what I'm being told is in January of 2020 instead of July is when the first minimum wage increase will hit our area. And that's going to be about a $45,000 impact across our senior centers, just for salaries alone. What I am really thankful to Rebecca Dow is she did contribute some of her allotted funds. She did contribute $20,000 to Grant County Senior Centers for that purpose, so that was really appreciated. And of course, the county and the other local government agencies also contribute every year, so that's appreciated. And I think if we come together, we'll be able to continue to support our seniors effectively. On every year at this time is match season for our family medicine residency program. This is where we got, I believe it was a little over 800 applications to fill 2 positions for our family medicine residency program here at HMS. And as New Mexico's only teaching health center, and we went through that match process, and I'm happy to announce coming on board in July, on July 1st, will be Dr. Philip Manzano from Rush University School of Medicine out of Bridgetown, Barbados, and Dr. Erica Palin out of Mary Medical College in Nashville, Tennessee. So we're going to be bringing 2 strong physicians to manage our community to serve everybody, all of HMS's patients. Additionally, we have hired a registered dietitian to continue our support for dietary services and dietary education, and this individual is also working on obtaining her certified diabetes education certification. She'll be starting with this on April 12th. So I think that will bring 2 resources to our community. I believe the Hill Regional Medical Center has a CDE, and then we'll have a dietitian in the future, a CDE, to support our patients in the community. From a recruitment standpoint as well, we just made an offer yesterday to a family medicine physician who is also OB, has come with her OB services. So we're excited that hopefully that individual will sign on with us as well, and then it'll bring another highly qualified physician with OB skills to the community. To provide an update on our Bridges to Care, which, as you know, is a new facility that we opened on Hudson Street. But again, that services are provided in Grant and Hidalgo County. The first program of that is Care New Mexico, and we're serving 120 clients at this point through that program, and that's provided the care coordination for Medicaid recipients. The newer program, Bridges to Wellness, which was the SAMHSA grant that I had mentioned a couple of months ago, they just ramped up in October, and just barely hiring staff for that program, but now they have 12 clients that are participating in that program. And I thought I'd share with you, what does that mean, right? That number seems relatively small when we talk 120 clients and then 12 in the other program for a total of 132. But we have a client that I'll just briefly share with you what the impact of this, what this means, what it looks like, right? So these are people with addiction issues or serious mental health issues and chronic health conditions. Those are the kind of the two categories to qualify for this care coordination model. And it's to get them re-engaged back in the healthcare system so they can have a better quality of life. So we have a client who was averaging at a minimum of 3 inpatient stays at Gila Regional Medical Center Behavioral Health Unit, a minimum of 3 a year. That individual enrolled with us in September, and since September has had 0 inpatient admissions. Additionally, he completed his Wellness Recovery Action Plan, which is a plan that they put together with the client, personal plan to move from where they are to success in their personal life, including their recovery and their personal situation. And those plans are put together with peer support specialists, which are now a reimbursable provider in New Mexico under the Medicaid rules. From there, this individual completed an 11-week group session called Whole Health Action Management. So think about what that looks like. Started in September, multiple admissions into the hospital, is now not having any admissions, has completed the program as designed, and the individual, the family, and the therapist that are caring for this individual, the dramatic change in this individual's quality of life. And so this is just one story of the success that this brings forward to the community and to these patients. Kind of some new things on the horizon. I have a couple more updates that I'll share with you. We were invited as one of 2 organizations. It seems like I say that a lot. We're invited. CareLink was one of 2 organizations in the state, and so was Bridges to Care. But we've also been invited by the New Mexico Psychology Internship Consortium, which is a new consortium in New Mexico. And what this means is that we will begin later this year having 2 postdoctorate graduates coming to HMS to complete a 1-year internship as a psychologist intern. So this is really a big deal for the community, because one of the hardest recruits we have on the behavioral health side is recruiting psychologists, even therapists. But to get a psychologist to come to our community is difficult. So what that'll do is allow them to come complete their internship over a year, provide services to our community and our patients simultaneously, and of course they're overseen by a licensed psychologist, and they get the appropriate clinical support time to do that. And we usually, just like I've shared with you on our family medicine residency program, many times these individuals that complete their training, about 30% of them stay in the community that they trained. So this is a really great move for us, and we're really happy to be a part of that. The second update is we've been invited just last week, and we've moved quickly on this, by the RAND Corporation to apply as a sub-recipient for another federal grant of the National Institute of Mental Health, in which, again, is to improve access, quality, and outcomes for co-occurring opioid use disorder and mental illness. So this is another big federal grant that will bring some revenue into the community to continue to build best practices along with what we're already doing with TUCASA, CareLink New Mexico, and Bridges to Wellness, and our traditional behavioral health services that we provide. So if we're fortunate enough to get that, that'll also bring some more jobs into the community as well to continue to support our behavioral health needs in the community. I believe that is all I have, and I'll be happy to answer any questions related to past reports or to current reports. Thank you.
I have a real quick question. Senior citizens, how many seniors did you say you were serving?
342 in Grant County.
Is there, you might not be able to answer that, but maybe down the road, have we seen an increase, a decrease?
Yeah, this is an increase from 313 when we started. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I do apologize. I'd like to add, as you know, we received the FMI grant to do a comprehensive senior services study late last year, and we're about 30% through that project. It is on task, on target. We have a lot of local community support around that. And that'll be a report that comes out in August that, of course, that we will be providing to the community that will show gaps in services that our seniors need to have a high quality of life. And we're going to be using that as a community initiative to try to come together, again, to support our seniors as well as look at ways we can use that data to get some legislative support in the future.
Good, thank you. Any other questions?
I'm sorry, clarification. You said that'd be ready by August?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve, for the opportunity. Have a great day.
That's it.
Okay, next, moving on here, so the, item C, High Desert Humane Society Annual Report, Heidi Ogas.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners and staff. Heidi Ogas with the High Desert Humane Society, and you should have in front of you the annual report of animal intake for 2018. And I'm not going to go through all the numbers here, but I will go through the totals at the bottom. We took in 141 impounded dogs, 140 stray dogs, and 170 owner turn-ins, for a total of 451. On cats, we took in 19 impounding, 163 stray, and 141 on the owner turn-ins, for a total of 323 cats. We also collected $2,237 in impound fees. Licensing, we collected $5,749, and the animal control officers went out on 606 calls. I'll go ahead and go through the bottom of the sheet there. The shelter as a whole, just some extra information that our thrift shops, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a moment, raised enough money to issue out 891 spay and neuter coupons. We also adopted out 393 dogs and returned 229 to their owners. We adopted out 145 cats and returned 3 cats to their owners. On the other side of the sheet, it should have a yearly comparison. If you'll take a look at that, both animals, both dogs and cats have pretty well stabilized out at this point for our intake. I've also started tracking and comparing past years on animal control calls, and they were going up, and then they've gone back down slightly. The other thing I'll just mention real quickly is we have our thrift shop, which has been open for 8 years downtown, recently moved to a new location. We just moved into the old Western Stationers building at 703 North Bullard. And that thrift shop completely supports the spay and neuter program that we provide, our hall program for the community. And so far things are going really, really well with the new store. I encourage you to stop in, bring some stuff in, or buy some stuff and take it out. Any questions?
Thanks, Heidi, by the way, and thanks again for all this great work. What's the difference between shelter as a whole and the main table?
So as part of our agreement, we house animals for the county and provide 40 hours a week of animal control. So the numbers at the top are the animals that have come in from the county only. So the shelter as a whole, what I gave you is our total adoptions, which includes all these from out of the pocket of all animals that we've taken in, not just from the county.
The other ones being municipal residents.
Yes, we also have an agreement with the town of Silver City to house animals, and we also do occasionally take in animals from the other municipalities, Hurley, Santa Clara, and Bayard, and occasionally we do animal exchanges with Deming, and we also take in animals occasionally from Lawrenceburg.
Okay, thank you very much. It's great work.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, review March 21st, 2019, regular meeting agenda.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. First item 4, consideration of proclamation recognizing Cobury High School wrestling team for their recent wrestling state championship. The county has historically recognized all state championship athletic teams, and so Coach Midas will bring his team here. We'll present a proclamation to them honoring their achievements. Next item, recognition of P&M employees. Commissioner Brown requested this item to be on the agenda to recognize the efforts of the P&M linemen who restored a large power outage on the ridges last week during the storm. So we are drafting a certificate, and I know I understand Bruce Ashburn and Corey Donovan will be here to accept that on behalf of P&M employees.
Thanks for taking that on.
My pleasure. Next item, early intervention provider services in Grant County. Amplified Therapy Incorporated had a request from Ms. Autumn Bruton to present to the commission the early intervention system, services that are provided in Grant County. She has a state contract and wanted to share those numbers with you. Next item, public hearing regarding ordinance 01902. This is for the general obligation bond series 2019. We do have our bond counsel who's been patiently waiting on the phone for this item to come up. In your packets, late yesterday was updated with the latest version of all the exhibits to the ordinance, the POS. I'm not sure if you've had a chance to take a look at that yet or not. But Luis, David, and I believe Peter is on the phone. Are you there?
Has joined.
Okay, Peter. Peter, are you
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I just got back onto the phone. Call dropped.
And they're going over the ordinance 1902 regarding the POS exhibits. Is there anything?
No, this sets forth the ordinance for offering the general obligation bond in the amount of, I believe, $8 million. It also provides exhibits in the form of a final term certificate and the preliminary official statement for the form of those documents. If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer.
Luis will be here in person on Thursday if you would rather have him address your questions in person as well.
Would be my preference. Other than that.
Okay. Peter, there's no questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So on Thursday, we will have a public hearing regarding the adoption of that ordinance, and then item C under that is consideration of approving that ordinance. You will have a second public hearing regarding ordinance 01903, 2019 opioid cost recovery and public nuisance ordinance.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this draft has not changed since you saw it at the last meeting when we adopted the resolution, and I'm happy to answer any questions we have on the agenda for executive session. We have opioid litigation, so if you have any questions, we can go over that when we go into executive session.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on. You have work session and regular meeting minutes in your packets for your review. Moving on to financial reports. Item I, consideration of March 13th, 2019 expenditure report. Linda, would you go over the...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, and all members of the board. In front of you is an expenditure report approval. For the period ending March 13th, 2019, and it covers the expenses from February 14th through March 13th. I'll go over the AP checks that are above $10,000. The first one being Wright Express Fleet Service, in the amount of $17,305.75, and this is for the January 2019 fuel charges. A check to Ascent Aviation in the amount of $46,410.33, and this is for the jet fuel purchase. A check to New Mexico State University in the amount of $15,917, and this is for October and December 2018 co-op extension contribution. A check to Tyler Technologies in the amount of $13,648.31, and this is for the 2019-20 maintenance for our accounting software. A check to USDA APHIS Wildlife Services in the amount of $10,764.78, and this is for the APHIS activity through November 30th of 2018. A check to Bank of Albuquerque in the amount of $34,034.84, and this is for the GO bonds refunding of 2014, the interest payment. A check to Kriegel, Gray, Shaw and Company. This is for the 2018 final audit billing in the amount of $16,788.44. A check to Fuel Center Plus in the amount of $17,250.57, and this is for the off-road diesel fuel for the road department. A check to the Grant County Manager's Office in the amount of $28,586, and this is for the October and November 2018 reimbursements from Correcaminos, which is actually paid out of their grant funds. A check to Southwest Solid Waste Authority in the amount of $43,610.24, and this is for the January 2019 tipping fees. A check to Summit Food Services in the amount of $21,532.82, and this is for the January 2019 inmate medical meals. A check to Ascent Aviation in the amount of $19,173.14, and this is for jet fuel purchase. A check to Caterpillar Financial Services in the amount of $11,535.93, and this is for the March lease payment for road department equipment. A check to Ascent Aviation in the amount of $18,472.22, and this is also for jet fuel purchase. A check to Gila Regional Medical Center in the amount of $24,473.41, and this is for the January indigent claims, which had been previously approved. A check to the New Mexico County Insurance Authority in the amount of $427,759, and this is for the 2019 law enforcement pool insurance premiums for the law enforcement pool contribution premiums. A check to Powerline Technologies in the amount of $47,569.64, and this is for the installation of the fire alarm at the administration building. A check to Zacaton Construction in the amount of $14,125.32, and this is for the payment to the Whiskey Creek Volunteer Fire Department Station 2 addition. A check to the New Mexico County Insurance Authority, and this is in the amount of $262,229, and this is for the 2019 liability insurance premium. A check to Vital Core Health Strategies in the amount of $65,126.81 for the February inmate health services. A check to Overhead Door of Las Cruces in the amount of $19,583.44, and this is for installation of a bay door at the Upper Mingus Volunteer Fire Department. And a check to the County Manager's Office in the amount of $25,721, and this is for the December 2018 and January 2019 reimbursements for Correcaminos, and again, this is paid out of their funds, their grant funding. And then also included in this expenditure report are payroll checks for pay period 4 and 5 totaling $400,267.25. So the grand total of this report that is being approved is for $2,620,102.40.
Any questions?
The law enforcement pool contributions for the whole year, correct?
No, that was the liability, that's not law enforcement.
No, but there's also the one for the law enforcement.
2019
and
law
that's for the
enforcement full contribution? It's okay. So in other words, we're not going to have two $427,000 checks for the law enforcement full contribution.
No, this is for the entire year.
Okay, thanks.
Then I had a question. The bay door at the fire station, is that coming out of the county money? Are we responsible for all maintenance at the fire department?
That comes out of their state fire funds.
Okay, so is that reimbursed by state fire funds or what?
Well, it's not reimbursed. What we do is we get an allotment every year for the fire departments, and this is part of their allotment that they pay for. So it's a totally separate fund, and the county's not liable for any of that.
Okay.
So in other words, state fire funds come in a lump sum per year, and this came out of part of that lump sum?
They come in on a quarterly basis, but that's where the fund,
But it's a lump
that's
sum.
Right, so each department is allotted an amount based on their ISO rating, several other criteria. The State Fire Marshal's Office provides funding. It actually is partially paid for by your homeowner's insurance. And so then the departments receive quarterly payments, and they use that to purchase equipment, to conduct training, repairs to vehicles, to buildings. So it's not the county general fund that is providing the upkeep for those buildings.
And when you say not providing the upkeep, does the maintenance of that door also come out of state fire funds?
Yes.
And it's up to each station, right, to budget that, what they get, correct?
Yes. And they also, some departments utilize some of the reimbursements that if they fight fires that are reimbursed from state forestry, they have those funds that they utilize, as well as the county fire excise tax that they may use from time to time.
A follow-up to my question, is there anything else on the budget expense that's not coming out of the general county fund?
Wildlife services.
So wildlife services comes out of the Farm and Range Fund. All the ones for the fleet service, fuel, that's coming out of, well, that one does come out of the general fund, road department, correction fund. Just depends on where the fleet is. The ones for Ascent Aviation, for example, the jet fuel purchase, that all comes out of the airport fund. The ones to Solid Waste Authority comes out of the landfill fund, which is the fees that we collect for the disposal of the waste. And then the Summit Food Services, those come out of the correction fund. The Caterpillar Financial Services, that's out of the road department from their fund.
But those are all coming out of the general fund.
Well, no, because they're separated. We've got the general fund, we have the road fund, we have correction fund, so they're all separated.
Yes, I understand that, but that's all part of the county.
County services?
Yes.
Yes, those are all part of the county services.
Okay, except for the fire departments, that comes in separate.
That is correct. That's special revenue that is just designated for fire
So I think
departments.
the question, if I understand correctly, is which of these are paid for through county funds and which ones are funded with outside, like a grant? Grants or sources?
Okay, we have two of them that are under grant sources, and those are the ones from Correcaminos. Those are strictly from the grant that they receive on an annual basis. The ones for the road department, the one for the medical meals, the one for, which other one? The lease payments, those come out of a separate fund other than the general fund, but those are services that are provided by the county, and the county is liable for anything that goes in that department.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
The very next report that Linda's going to give has an attachment that shows 2 pages worth of different funds. And maybe if this had gone in a different order, it would have been easier to see it that way. which is why she keeps, having all these things that are not from the general operating fund. That's just one of these several dozen funds.
Because I'm just trying to
Yeah, no, I
get in my
appreciate
head what's coming out of county,
Yeah.
even though they're separated into different funds.
Like lodger's tax, for example, you would call that coming out of the county, I'm guessing, but it's not the general fund, right? It's a separate fund generated by taxes on
Yeah, so
tourists.
what's coming out of something other than, like any grant money? Anything that's coming, like the money that's coming for the fire department? That's what I was trying to...
Yeah, I think this list of other funds is somewhat helpful. It's a partial answer to your question.
Well, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Salas, you can come into my office and I can go over a breakdown on the budget and how the funds are separated if you'd like, and it will give you a better understanding of how it's...
Sure, because I'm trying to get everything in my mind situated, because I know that we'll probably be going to budget here pretty soon.
Correct.
And I don't want to be ignorant as I am now.
It's all a process.
Good questions. Got any other questions, Commissioner?
No.
I have one question. There on March 8th, that's Michael Courthouse strategy, $65,126.81. Explain that one to me a little bit, please.
That is our contractor that provides inmate medical services at the detention center.
And is that, seeing here, it says February 2019, is that monthly, is this yearly, is this quarterly?
It's monthly.
It's monthly?
That's where I was conversationally at last week about the cost that we incur at the detention center, which we are obligated to pay, that is continuing to kill us, and it has a lot to do with the clientele that we are encountering who have significant health issues. We require, this contract continues to grow year after year after year because we are required to provide more comprehensive health care. So we either pay for it there or we pay for it at the hospital. And we're seeing more and more serious health conditions due to the co-occurring behavioral health and substance use disorders. They're just in terrible health. And so we have this particular bill. We had to purchase some additional equipment to deal with some of issues that are coming in, as well as there's some overtime on this particular invoice.
And so this is coming out of, not the general fund, but it's coming out of the detention's budget.
It's county funds, so county tax funds that are paying for this, yes.
Right, okay, that's, okay.
So county revenue pays that.
Pays that, right.
And the amounts are going up even as the average daily population has actually gone down, which is discouraging.
It is very...
And often from our experience in the 2 years we've been on here, a lot of these bills are, some of the biggest bills are just one individual per month, or, yeah.
So we're going to hear some more about what's happening in the community around substance abuse and the level of issues and all that, right?
Yes, I will be prepared for, to give you a report in April, just to touch on some of the statistics that we're seeing in the detention center, as well as countywide statistics around alcohol and substance use disorders, behavioral health issues, and the project that we're working on called Stepping Up. I'll be able to give you guys a comprehensive report of where we are in that process. I continue to participate in webinars. I'm scheduled to be on a call today. The Intergovernmental Affairs at the White House puts out calls about the opioid crisis and things that they're looking at from a federal level that hopefully would trickle down to counties. It's a nationwide issue. And, at this point, no one really seems to have an answer.
So am I correct in remembering that the detention costs are somewhere around 33 to 34% of the county budget, correct? And at the why can't I ever think of this? What do those little groups of people call themselves up at the commission? Affiliate, thank you. Now I remember I can't keep affiliate. At the affiliate meeting, we were talking about the fact that there are counties in New Mexico that are close to 50%.
That's right.
Of their county revenue is being spent on detention services. And so bringing together, all these different services that are happening in the community, TUCASA, all these different things are vital to helping us address these issues countywide. I look forward to your report, April. Thank you.
I think that would be my next question with TUCASA probably going into 24/7 operation. Probably be something that we should be looking at and seeing what can be done through that to help with some of this.
And that was the goal, was to reduce and have another option locally to treat these individuals. And that's part of the whole Stepping Up initiative, and the Intercepts is having crisis triage available in your community, which we currently do not have. So once that comes online, we're certainly hoping that provides another avenue for law enforcement as well as detention to get them the help they need on a 24-hour basis. So that is a critical component. And HMS trying, it's holding up at the DOH level, at the state level, getting that license. So.
Right, and I'm glad we're looking at, at least we're looking at that because that's a lot of money.
And I've also applied for a Freeport Community Investment Fund grant to look at the baseline data of what we're actually dealing with in the detention center as far as these individuals who are suffering from these disorders that would tie into the Stepping Up initiative, and also so we have that baseline data to work with, true real figures, and also to partner with either someone in the community or hire an individual contractor to provide some of the case management, which is what Dan he keeps including in his reports, which is really, really important to our detention center, is the Care Links program. That's also that's working with inmates that are being released from our detention center to put them in contact with not only health care, but other services that they're missing, just to help them reintegrate into society. And so that it's all slowly tied together, and hopefully one of these days, with all of our efforts, it will come to fruition, and we can see some of the costs in our detention center decline. That's the goal.
That would be good. I'm good with at least it's being looked at, and we're working on that.
So I just wanted to mention that at the last TUCASA board meeting, we had a substantial discussion about the Care Link program and the fact that their case managers with the Care Link program will actually go out to the detention center and meet the inmate that's being released. When they are released, they're doing pre-release services to make sure that they're ready to be released. I don't think we can emphasize enough how important the Care Link and the Bridges to Wellness piece is, and I think the story Dan told is a good example of that, of those services that are available are really changing people's lives and helping them from the recidivism and continuing to increase these costs. So
we actually had a similar success story. Right as Care Links came on board, an inmate in our facility that was continually coming back time and time again, charges related to substance abuse, and Mike presented her with the program, and she willingly accepted the assistance, and they met her in the door, and so I believe that we haven't seen her back, that she's working to better her life, and if it wasn't for those programs, it wouldn't be happening. So we're making efforts, we're trying, hopefully they'll all come together.
And I think it's worth following up on what Charlene is saying by saying that the thing that we're hearing over and over again, also at the two CASA board meetings, is that people want help. They really do want the services. They want to get on the Suboxone program. They want to take advantage of these services. It's a matter of having them be available, and an example of them not being available is how long it's taken DOH to do this CTC licensing. It's kind of mind-boggling at how dense the bureaucracy is in the Department of Health in addressing this incredible crisis.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on the expenditure report?
Well, okay, so this first expenditure report that we have here, okay, that takes out to, right?
Actually, you're approving the whole, you're approving the 2.6 million. Just some explanation, for the new commissioners. The list that Linda reads, this came about a couple of years ago from new commissioners who wanted a little more detail. So this includes any expenditures of $10,000 or more. We can continue that, we can adapt that however you would like, but it's just a summary of expenditures on this total report of $10,000 or more.
These are expenses over $10,000.
I think that works well.
I mean, looking at it,
But the whole report.
I'm in agreement with you also, I mean, it does.
So these are just the biggest things.
There's some expenses here that just shock me like there is.
Well, I guess my question is that this is post. We're approving something that's already been done.
Correct.
So, you know, I'm
We approved the budget before, right, giving authority to make expenditures as staff recognizes needs. And then post, we basically say, okay, the expenditures you approved, those are consistent with what we had in mind when we passed the budget. I think it closes the loop to do that, even though, of course, we couldn't take any of these back. If we didn't like them, we couldn't,
but these are all expenses that we know that are coming.
No, these are ones that have come.
Yes.
Yeah.
But we knew they were coming through the budget process.
So it's already been approved basically through the last county commission in the budget process. So this is just the money coming out of it now that we're seeing from the budget.
But if we knew they were already coming, why didn't we approve it before?
Because we didn't know the specifics, right? We didn't know how much February's bill for health services at the detention center would be. We just knew.
But there's a lot of these things that you do know, they're set.
Right.
There are a few. The liability insurance would be one.
There's a lot of them. You know, I'm a little leery of approving something that I don't know about yet.
So basically what this is, Commissioner, is this is money coming out of whatever department it's coming out of their line item budget. A budget that has already been approved by the prior county commission and some of these commissioners. So all we're getting is pretty much a detailed list of saying, hey, this is what we spent and we approved, and coming up, I'm assuming April, May, we'll be going through this process again and looking at budgets for the different departments and what they have in their line items for certain things.
And maybe at that time, I'm more knowledgeable, more comfortable, but that's just a question I have for right now.
It's a good question, man.
I don't know how to explain it other than that's the nature of local government. Some cities do the same thing. Or I know the town of Silver City does. You're basically retro approving expenditures that are, and so all of these expenditures are either in the budget or we have agreements authorizing these expenditures such as cooperative extension, APIS.
We essentially pre-approved the expenditures by approving the budget. This is just the monthly detail of that expense, of spending that money.
Okay, so on this other report that we have here, this is exactly everything that went on, right? Okay, so, see, I have to learn what all these numbers mean, what line items, and check numbers, or whatever it is, so that I, in my head, I know where it's coming from. For what expenditure that we approve. Okay?
So if you scroll to the top there, it's the full 2.6 million. Clear to the top. We're approving that full 2,620,102.44. Then you scroll down and
sure, and then the breakdown is there, and then even a bigger breakdown.
well, this is just the expenses over $10,000.
Yeah, and then a breakdown of everything.
And then the breakdown of everything is below, right?
Okay, and these are things that if I want to question, I think I would question. I don't have to do it here in the meeting. Okay, so because it's mainly just for my knowledge.
Sure. We would be happy to sit down with you and go through the budget and show how this all ties in and explain that we can do the rest of the numbers and what they correlate to.
I certainly understand the questions. When we were newly on the commission, we had a lot all of us had a lot of questions.
All of us had a lot of questions.
Well, some of it looks pretty funny the way it was worded, and so now it's regular business for us.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments on the expenditure report? Now we'll move on to item J, consideration of financial report ending December 31st, 2018.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, you have a report recap that was submitted to DFA, and this is for the quarter ending December 2018. So I'll go over the ones that are highlighted, which is the general, the county, and the detention center, and those are county funds. Those are revenues that the board can make decisions on how that money is spent. All the other funds that are within this report are special revenue funds that are restricted to what they can be used. So the first one that I'm going to go over is the general fund. In the beginning of the fiscal year, we had $4,244,798 in cash. To date, the investments that have been earned are $9,167,424.19. This is handled by the treasurer's office, and I just go with what he's reported to me to report to Santa Fe. The revenues through December are $5,920,177.74. The transfers out are $1,663,582.25. And those transfers are to cover expenses that the road or the detention center may have not generated enough revenue, so that would cover the deficit. And not only for that, it could also be for cash match on certain grants that we may have. The expenses in the general fund for December are $4,441,309.89, leaving us a cash balance of $13,227,507.79. In the road fund, the beginning cash balance was $207,476. The revenues generated are $344,951.67. The transfers into the road department are $402,044.25. The expenditures are $862,647.30, leaving a balance of $91,824.62. And then I'll go down to the detention center, which is Fund 226. It's the second one to the bottom. The beginning cash was $386,075. Revenues received through December are $425,382.24. Transfers in are $622,237. And the expenditures through December are $1,152,750.18, leaving a cash balance of $280,944.06. And these are the ones that, again, the board can make the decisions on how the revenue is spent.
Any questions?
Is she not planning to go over, Linda, are you not planning to go over the comparison to budget sheets that follow?
Oh, I wasn't prepared to do that, but...
Well, I'm not sure you have to, because I've looked at them.
Yeah, I mean, there's,
To me, that's an important part of understanding how we're doing.
in the attachment to this recap is an itemized, detailed of how the revenue is generated, how it's brought in, what we received today with the original budget amount, because that will have the original budgeted amount that was submitted, and it's broken down by all the funds that we have, whether it's county funds, whether it's special revenue that is restricted. I can go over it if you'd like to take a look at it and have questions later or now, that's fine, however you would like for me to proceed.
What are your wishes, I guess?
I did have one general question about it. I guess in general, I'd say it's probably better done at home when you're focusing. So if the question is to go over the whole report, I wouldn't suggest doing that. I think that would take a lot of time, and it's easier to concentrate when you're doing this alone, I think. But I did want to ask about the taxes. That it looks, I'm looking now at the revenue section. So I'm on the second report. Generated by the local government budget management system, and in the 40,000 revenue section, the first one is taxes local effort, and it's showing 64%, even though we were only halfway through the year, which looks good, but that's pretty normal, right? Because property taxes tend to come in at the beginning.
Correct.
And I guess I wanted to just say that as a sort of an explanation, in case you look at it and think, oh my God, we've got tons of money. It's not exactly the case.
Yeah, because the majority of the residents pay their taxes in December.
That's right, it starts going down.
Yeah.
Is there anything in this section that you thought, oh, that was a surprise, that we're doing differently than what we had budgeted?
No, I would just like to point out that in the copper production, we did decrease, I think it was about 300,000 that came in less than what was projected.
And is there a detail of that somewhere?
It's just included in your taxes.
We can't see that.
It's all part of that, the first one that you were mentioning, the taxes, the local effort.
And you did mention that to us, that was coming.
So that went up a little? Down. I mean, no, but the amount we were first given that we're gonna, so it's gone from 236,
I thought it was total like about 230 something of what I saw. But, that's only the first half.
That's right, because it's of the first half.
They're hit, again.
It'll be
the
same amount.
about, yeah.
Right.
It's split into two payments.
Or two.
It's two payments.
It's two payments.
They calculate at one time the total for the year,
Right.
and then they pay us half and then half.
So bottom line.
But the payment actually goes down.
Not this year. This year, the December and the May will be the same.
It always comes in the same in December and May, but the total that we're going to lose in revenue is about 300,000, and that would be for the total, the whole fiscal year.
So the total in tax revenue from copper will be down how much for the year?
So you're down, so what you were showing that you recorded was $236,000 less than that.
Let me look at
So you're saying the total net decline will be about 300,000 for the entire fiscal year?
Yes.
What's the lag on the tax, the copper tax?
It's a 3-year lag.
But when you say lag, do you mean, so they calculate the production values over the course of 3 years, and they take an average of those, the previous 3 years, to determine the amount of the tax they pay. I don't know if that's what you meant by lag, or is it, they figure out, the state figures out what they owe us when, I don't know, sometime in the summer, and then we receive half of it in December, and we receive half of it in May.
So when do you get the copper tax figure from the central assessed figure, which is what we base our budget off of? Can you get that in?
By May, and then we have to certify by the 15th of June.
So that the budget is built on that.
On that number that.
On that number. And so then if it actually turns out that we get less, then we have to make a budget adjustment to make up for that, correct?
But we don't actually get less than that number. I don't believe we ever get less than that number ever since we've gone to ad valorem, because they no longer appeal the valuation. Once that number is set.
So the loss is...
It's just because their production has gone down, right? In the previous 3 years, they had less production than in the same 2 first years and the previous third year before that.
So next year, we will get the average for the next 2 years.
Bingo. And that will be different.
Then, so if what we're dropping is a low year, we might see an increase.
Right. Exactly.
And if what we're picking up is a worse year, then be another decrease.
We could see another decrease. Right. And so then what we have to do in the budget is decrease services or continue those services by finding another source of revenue.
Right. Big step.
Yes, big step. Many big steps.
Any other questions or comments?
Sorry. No.
And move on to new business. Item K is consideration of proclamation declaring April as Autism Awareness Month. There are several activities going on in Grant County around the awareness of autism, and so we were asked to consider a proclamation declaring April as Autism Awareness Month. Item L, consideration of application for Law Enforcement Protection Fund 2018-19. The application is in your packets. It'll be a total of $39,800. This is based on a formula, distribution formula, the size of your own county, and then you receive $600 for each certified deputy that you have on staff, and that's how they calculate your LEPF payment. There are a set of statutes that govern the expenditures of this, tied to training, purchase of certain equipment, and vehicles. Any questions?
So this is money that comes from the state legislature?
Okay. This is stuff that is funded in House Bill 2.
Did we see an increase in that for next year, this legislation?
No, because it's based on a formula. So unless we're only going to see an increase if we had more certified deputies on staff, and vice versa. If you had less certified deputies on staff, then you're going to see less. Is there anything?
So does that mean that there is a time specific in the year when they look at how many deputies you have? And then they do the formula, and that's what you get for the next year?
That's based on the end of the fiscal year, previous fiscal year. June 30th is always their magic number. That's how detention distribution
So how
works.
many ever deputies we have on June 30th this year is what will determine our LEPF for the following year?
Certified deputies.
Certified deputies. Okay.
Any more questions? Next item M, consideration to temporarily suspend rentals at Baton Park. I have the pavilion because that is where most of the current complaints are coming. We received some in our office. Commissioner Salas has received some in regards to heating. The air conditioning situation is not much better. And as Randy explained, this was a maintenance building that was never intended to be used for this purpose. So we've validated the situation. We have one heater in there, and it does not keep the building up sufficiently during cold periods. There's a swamp cooler that Jason has indicated needs probably to be replaced. So what I'm requesting you to consider is temporarily suspending those rentals until we can address some of these situations. Staff has been working very diligently, looking at all aspects of what needs to happen out there as far as improvements. Commissioner's office has brought up several of those concerns. We hope to have a very comprehensive picture for you to look at your meeting in April and determine how you choose to move forward with that. But with this, we would honor all rentals that we have currently, but until we can at least address those issues, because people are asking for their money back, because it's hot, it's cold, rather than continue to have those complaints, let's take a step back, temporarily suspend any further rentals until we can address the situation. So that's our request with this item.
You know, I remember when that building went in, it was under Horace Avenue. It's been a while, but the intention was always to rent it out. From when I talked to Horace, when I was there, and as a matter of fact, I remember the foreman that was there, that when they put it in, that was, anyway, that's what they told me. It was intended for community use.
It was renovated, there were some things done after the fact, but initially it was to house maintenance equipment, is what our records are showing.
Okay, well, they told me that's why they put in, the kitchen, that's why they put in the bathrooms.
Right after the fact. So the building was there previously, and it was built to house maintenance equipment, and then the county at that time made the decision to begin renting that out for parties, etc. And then that's when they added the kitchen equipment, and they actually did some of that after I've been here. So we've run into issues where it's not necessarily adequate heating, not adequate cooling. We also need to look at some sewer issues. The lift station needs replaced. So there's some significant expenditures that we will be putting in front of you in April for you to consider the whole big picture and what we're looking at. Also, it's not even been rated for occupancy. So there's several things that we need to do from a liabilities perspective, and so that's why I'm asking for a temporarily suspend those rentals until we can put the full picture in front of you and you decide how you choose to move forward and what you want to fund moving forward.
Well, let me just say right now that I think that whatever we need to do because that's the only recreational, that's the only thing that the county has. And before Baton Park, there was nothing.
I understand.
And I see, since I live in that area, I see it get heavy use.
Right. And we're certainly not denying that, but there's a lot of things that need improvements, and that's why I said we'll have the complete, comprehensive picture to put in front of you of different areas that need improvement. And we're working with an architect to give us some cost estimates on that, so we hope to have that. That's our goal, or that's the goal I've given the staff, is to have that well enough in advance of your April meeting for you to take a look at all the issues that are out there and the estimated price tag that goes along with those, and then how do we address those moving forward. No one's denying that it's not used, we get that.
No, and actually I've heard some noise about Western wanting to use the baseball park. So I think that maybe we need to talk to somebody from Western if they're thinking that maybe there could be some kind of agreement between the county and Western to use that facility.
So there's a lot of different options that have been thrown out there for different individuals, and that's all of what we are putting together. Is Western interested in it? Is Cobra Schools interested in it? Do we want to keep it? How do we want to keep it? In what manner do we want to keep it? How do we staff it? How do we maintain it? All of those things, that's what we will present to you in April.
The only thing I really implore is that we do our homework and we talk to Western. And if Cobra or whoever has any intentions, we talk to them and we make them part of our discussion.
That's what we're trying to do between now and April. Those are the items that we're working on, and we are trying to have those discussions with Western as well, because the request actually hasn't come from Western, it's come from the senator. So that's where we'll be reaching out to Western. We're reaching out to Kobe schools.
Senator Ramos.
Senator Ramos, but it was an early on discussion, and I talked to you about this last week, that they were looking at providing money for Western's baseball. Would we be considering allowing them to use that? So that's another one of the things that we'll put in front of you, if we can have a conversation with Western prior to that. Some commissioners have expressed no interest in doing that. So when I say we have a whole comprehensive package, it will include any discussion that that myself or any of the staff have had and encounters we've issued, so that we can paint the clearest picture we can for you of what the opportunities may be, what some of the downfalls are, what are the costs associated with bringing this up, so that it is safe for your constituents to use the park. So we intend to try and cover all of those bases.
Yes, because I tell you right now, my intention is not to minimize the use of that or to cut back. I'd like to see things expanded out there.
Charlene, so when you talk about giving us a comprehensive plan on this, do you anticipate having, including in that, any of the ways that you think the improvements needed might be paid for?
Yes, I'm looking at possible grant opportunities to do part of that, looking at how we can phase, because they're significant. So we're looking at possible grant funding. I'm working with Priscilla on some options, and how we could possibly phase in improvements over time, so that it's not a hit to the general fund, because as we have significant discussion around cost of detention, we have to find creative ways to fund efforts such as this. And so we're looking at CDBG funding. Hopefully that could be an option.
Some more planning?
CDBG. So that might be a possible option. We just have to make sure that what we need to do and the criteria that I'm working with Priscilla to help me look at some possible funding opportunities to do that.
And so an additional consideration would be whether it should be on the ICIP going forward for next year, like capital outlay, stuff like that as well, right?
Correct. And so that's, I'm glad you brought that up, because the ICIP is a very important document that we need to take seriously. If there are specific things in your districts that you know need improvements, we have to get that on that plan, because that is very critical to grant funding. Any state funding, any capital outlay has to be included on that ICIP, which is Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan. So yes, we do need to start including probably all of our facilities and things that we've identified that we need to plan for in the future.
And the timeline on that, as I recall, is Misha will start working on that around July and August, and we'll have that by September.
I will be starting the public meetings fairly soon, probably April, May. We'll start the public meetings, and if I remember correct, we have to have it submitted to the state by September. So I have to have it in front of you so that you approve it prior to it going to the state. So that's why we're looking at July for having it on the agenda.
So speaking only for myself, when you get around to scheduling those public meetings, I'm really happy to help do whatever you need me to do to get public to those meetings, because I know that's been a challenge in the past. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, also I wonder, why wasn't that put on our wish list that we presented to the governor?
Because it wasn't on our capital improvement plan, and some of these issues have we become aware of some of the things that we needed to do from the time we approved that capital improvement plan and whenever we identified what our capital outlay was, and it was before you came on the board. So currently under the capital outlay system, you have your top 5 projects, and then your top 3 are typically what are funded. There is some discussion moving forward to change up the way capital outlay works. Alice Brown and I were fortunate enough to participate in conversation with the new local government director when we were in Santa Fe last week to participate in some discussion around how difficult the ICIP is, how it's somewhat constrictive in capital outlay requests, and how capital outlay may change moving forward. This usually happens every time we have a change in the governor. They have different ideas as to how capital outlay should work. It's nothing new in government. So I'm sure that we'll see possibly a different process moving forward. But the reason that it was not on the wish list is because all of this is done several months in advance of the legislative session. And the way that the law reads now, if we put forward a capital outlay request that's not on the ICIP, by law the governor should veto that because it does not fall within the rules of the capital outlay process as it stands today.
No, and because I have been talking to our senator and representative, and there might be other avenues of getting some funding for projects such as Fort Bear, as Baton Park.
And that's part of some of the discussions as the other possible funding mechanisms. As long as the state has money, there was junior monies this year that we have not seen in several years. As long as there's money, then those appropriations can be made, but you never know. And so that's why it's critically important that we look at all of these issues early on. And this is just one that was not on our radar screen.
Okay, and one last question. Is there a dollar amount that has to meet the threshold for capital outlay? Or what can be just normal maintenance and improvement?
So capital outlay is usually construed as a capital improvement, not maintenance. So capital improvement, I've always been told that we really don't want to consider anything under $50,000. Don't bring us a $25,000 request that you should be able to absorb in your budget. They're going to take a look at our budget as well and say, don't come to us with a request like that. That's just feedback that I've gotten over the years, over the last couple of years. So typically it's a capital expenditure, such as some of the things we're talking about at the time would qualify. New HVAC, ADA, heating, sewer improvements, drainage, anything that is a capital improvement to property that we own, or a capital expenditure such as equipment. Counties get equipment for motor graders, for backhoes, for law enforcement units.
That's it. I see some of those needed improvements that maybe don't meet the threshold of capital outlay, but certainly replacing a heater would be maintenance. Making something ADA compliant would be maintenance, and I don't think that they would meet a $50,000 threshold. Maybe it's things that haven't been done, and they haven't been done for quite a while, they need to be done, but I don't see, if you take everything as a whole, the whole Baton Park, maybe you do, but if that's not possible, there's other things that could be done to fix particular items.
Right, and so in April, we will look at all of those issues, and then you can decide how you want to phase that in, how much do we want to absorb in the general fund, what are the potential revenue sources that we have out there, how can we phase this in over years to consider looking at those appropriations next year in the legislative session. There's quite a bit more to it than what appears on the surface, and so that's when I say that we will do our best to paint the whole picture for you of what our opportunities are and some of the things that we are looking at moving forward.
And I'll save a lot of this for the discussion when it comes there. I mean, Baton Parks, in my eyes, it's sort of a gem that we have. It has a place. It's a nice area for kids. It's a nice area for gatherings. One of my biggest concerns right now in being out there is that we do not allow that the maintenance continue to go down on it. That I don't want to say, hey, this month it costs, just for making it simple, $10, but then we fail to continue to do maintenance, so next month it costs $20. I understand the liability, but for whatever reason, if it wasn't meant for human occupancy or whatever was said earlier because of the liability, well, we went ahead and did that. Now we have to, in my opinion, we have to honor what we said and what we did, and we have to continue to maintain it for the people that are renting it, and we have to honor that. There's a lot of things that we can do with it. We have been on Tamirano Field. A lot of that's controlled by Silver High School. We have the schools have the baseball fields. They have that. Those are the things that I look at and that we need to look at. What do we have? It'd be awesome, and I guess awesome is maybe a word for a commissioner, but I said it, to put in, maybe look at soccer field, looking at this. I understand certain things, and then Senator Ramos was thinking of that. Well, I don't agree with Senator Ramos wanting to get that baseball field there. Because I think we can get more use for it for our youth. I think that right now, whatever may be, things that need to be maintained, and our crews need to continue to maintain what's out there. It's hard for me looking at some of this stuff. Do we have other parks in the area that have ADA issues? Are we going to shut those down? Those are the things that, if we're going to throw a package together, let's throw a package on everything that we have out there. And let's look at all that. Let's look at the alternatives on that. But that's just the way I feel, and that's what I'm looking at. And, I'm looking out for, for me, when we own something, sometimes it's not good just to give it away or give it to somebody else or do this with it. We have it, let's accept responsibility for it, let's move forward, and let's try to make it work for not only our constituents, Grant County. I've seen this happen throughout the years with some of the county stuff. And I understand what our jobs as county commissioners are with budgets, statutory stuff. But we also have to think of our people out here and what they need and what they desire. So I'll leave that for right now for our regular meeting.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, on the question of temporarily suspending rentals, you referred to honoring the rentals that we've already accepted. What's the latest such rental in the calendar?
The latest?
In other words, people have reserved through June. So if we decide to do this, it would make sense to me, since we can't start work until that happens anyway, to continue to accept rentals, but not past that date. So we can fill in the near-term rentals. Does that make sense?
Sure.
And maybe that's what you were anticipating, but just want to suggest it in case.
I was trying to alleviate the future complaints, because if it gets cold again, we're going to have more complaints about the heat. There's nothing we can do about that right now. It's going to take time. We're not going to have it resolved in the next week. Then there's going to be complaints because it's hot, because the air conditioner is not efficient. So those are the things. And for example, the lift station has to be replaced. We have part of that in our budget currently, but it's $50,000 expenditure. I'm throwing it out there for you to consider, because I know that Commissioner Salas has received several complaints. We've had complaints, Randy's had complaints about the lack of adequate heating and air conditioning. If we want to just continue on, that's fine too.
Well, and that's not what I was suggesting, right? I guess I was focused on the idea that we were going to have to do some work to bring it up to standard, and that work can't happen while we have renters in there. And that it makes sense to me financially, and perhaps as a service also, to set a deadline and say, we will accept rentals if they don't come after a certain date. But I realize now that doesn't deal with the complaints issue. I think my vote still would be that we can handle complaints. And it's especially easy to handle complaints if we inform renters of these issues beforehand.
And that's what we're trying to do, as Randy explained, and we try to accommodate them the best we can. It was just an option. I'm willing to consider anything should I want to take a look at, knowing that yes, there is work that needs to occur.
Right.
So one question I have in regards to this, At some level, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me to consider temporarily suspending rentals. Maybe it does in anticipation of the report in April, but it seems to me like what's going to happen with the report in April is that there may be things on that report that come up that change this conversation. So regardless of what we do in this meeting about temporarily suspending rentals, we may need to revisit that once we see what the reality is of what needs to happen out there.
Perhaps we could consider tabling this until the April meeting?
We might want to do that. And maybe at the same time, not take any rentals beyond the latest one that we already have.
Well, that would be exactly what I'm wanting to do, but I want to do it in March to give the public notice. So I agree with you, there's some speculative aspect of it, because we're not sure what April's report is going to say, but since rentals happen several months out, I think it's prudent that we consider it actually at Thursday's meeting, saying no more rentals after June 30 or whatever the date's going to be. Even though we haven't had the April report yet.
But we might need to reconsider going beyond that once we see the April report.
And I'm open to that as well, also.
Well, I'm looking at it as, sorry, Commissioner, I'm looking at it as what are the months that it's used most? Are we doing it during that time? I mean, I can understand the heater in the winter. I can understand the comment about the air conditioner. I see that. But are we going in here right at the peak?
I think most of our rentals, correct me if I'm wrong, are around graduation time in May. We have one group that comes and uses its church group, right? And that's definitely coming in June. So primarily it's May around graduation time, and those weekends are booked already. So it wouldn't be denying anything that we have up to that.
And while we're on the subject, what I want to do is plant the seed. I see, just for economic development, what happens at Golf Park. All the activities that come that put people in our restaurants, in the hotels and everything. But I also see that what we have out there has even greater potential than Golf Park. Because I've been there when they have various tournaments for the kids and everything, and that puts a lot of people into our hotels and everything. And you'll have hundreds of people there from out of town during one of these things. So can we potentially use that for some of these activities? You know, and do such as Silver does here at Golf Park. I think that we're missing potentially something that could bring us. If nothing else, it's a great source for the county, because not only just sporting events, I see people out there walking trails and going to the park, you know, a whole lot of things.
I think that's something that we need to consider when we're thinking about these kinds of things, is not what it does for people from out of town, but what it does for our community members. And I agree with you. I think we need to be considering that.
Those forest trails out there, they're beautiful, and a lot of people take them. Okay.
Do you have anything, Randy?
Yeah, I just want to clarify that I think what we're talking about is just that facility, that building, and not talking about the entire park. The other thing, Mr. Chairman, I want to make sure that you understand that basic maintenance at that park will never stop as long as the county has it. We're continuing to do the basic maintenance, the weed, the cleaning of the facility, making sure the bathrooms are clean and all that. So the maintenance part of that facility will never change as long as the county has that park, and I want to make that clear with you. So, but we are talking about just the one particular building. We're not talking about the entire park shutting down.
I have one more clarifying question. Actually, no, I'll wait and see the report. Thank you.
I'll probably do the same thing right now on that in April, but when this comes up, if it comes up again, I'll go from there. Anything else on this?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Next item in consideration of evening commission meetings. This has been a discussion amongst the board the course of the last couple of meetings. It was brought up again in our last commission meeting. Commissioner Edwards requested I place this on the agenda for discussion and any possible action.
I don't know if this is the time, or if on Thursday will be the time to discuss how we do in the work sessions, because it's not working the way I anticipated when we changed the order of the agenda. Is that okay to talk about now?
Sure, and I can tell you why two of the staff are here because we have items on the agenda. Mr. Carrillo, I guess, if he wants to stay, that's his prerogative.
Sure.
But the other two have
And I'm delighted to have them stay. Obviously, the whole point of changing the order was that then they could leave.
Right.
And we're making other people wait for them, and then they're not leaving. I feel like we shouldn't put them before the folks who are going to leave, like HMS and the hospital.
I agree.
Okay. So let's do that.
Like you can help someone as much as they want to. If you want to maybe that's the bottom of the
So a couple of things, I was thinking about when I was thinking about the evening meeting thing, I was thinking about the work session being in the evening and the regular meeting being during the day. But we have had some really long meetings recently. And so I don't know, I do think that the idea would be to have the work session in the evening so that people who aren't otherwise able to come to the meetings would be able to come, provide public input, things like that. We talked a little bit about the possibility of doing it every other month or something like that, which I'm actually not in favor of. I think if we're going to have evening meetings, we need to stick to them being evenings so that people know, so that we're consistent. And they can count on that. We had some conversation about the idea of having some of the county things happen early in the meeting. Elected officials reports, county employee reports, stuff like that happening earlier in the meeting so that they could leave. I recognize that sometimes that's not always possible. But I think we do have an obligation to the public to have these meetings be successful. That's what I suggested.
I'm glad to hear.
And I agree.
And I agree. I think that we should have the regular meeting in the evenings, and maybe the work session in the morning. That was, something that I thought about, but we can discuss that further when it is, because I know personally that I've gotten quite a few people ask me to hold the meetings in the evening because of the work schedules.
So one thing that brings up, I think, that, for me, in hearing you say that, Commissioner Ponce, is that what is going to happen at each meeting. So when I think about having the work session in the evening and the regular meeting during the day, what I'm thinking about is the bulk of the discussion and the learning and that sort of stuff happens in the work session. And that's where I benefit from hearing from the public. That's why we ask to have public input both in the work session and in the regular session. That's why we've been asking to have these reports like the hospital report and other people who are going to do presentations to the commission come to the work session. I'm open to doing things like that different, but it seems to me like where we benefit from the public happens primarily in the work session. It's just my personal opinion. I don't know if it really is.
If I might, I understand we're going to discuss this on Thursday.
Right.
But maybe these are all ideas that we can all be thinking about in the other 2 days, right? There's an argument the other way. I hear what you said. A lot of it makes sense. But many times when I came to a commission meeting, it was to watch a decision being made. And I also had a work schedule.
You didn't want to participate in the debate. You wanted to watch the decision.
Well, sometimes both, and sometimes just one. That's right. But either way, that would have to happen at a regular meeting where we've announced we're going to make the decision. So that was why my inclination was to have the regular meetings in the evening, or maybe every other one.
So Chairman, do you have some input on whether we can continue to have one meeting a month if we do evening meetings? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, the first comment I want to make is, as you guys are considering this, remember that we have to provide notice in our Open Meetings Act resolution. So that's why it needs to have some consistency to it. And Abby just brought up a very good point that if your work session is in the evening and we surpass the deadline to be able to add anything to the agenda on Thursday because of the length of the work session and the timing of that, so you might want to consider that.
We did at one point think about having the evening meeting on a Monday night instead of on Tuesday night. I think maybe for that very reason.
So when I first came here, we had 2 meetings a month. The commission at the time felt as though the staff were sitting here for entirely too long. There was no reason to have that. One of the struggles that we have encountered in our office with 1 meeting a month is a lot of times there are things that cannot wait until the following month. So we're either trying to get a quorum of you available for a special meeting for one item, or we're actually not even following our own policy by having our items submitted 10 days prior to the agenda so that you guys have time to look at it, because things come up in that time frame and we're scrambling at the last minute before we have to publish the agenda to get these items on there. I see advantages to 2 meetings a month for the simple fact that it gives the staff some opportunity to not have to rush and make mistakes of trying to cram things on 1 month, or I'm inconveniencing you by scheduling special meetings. Then I've gotten a little bit of flack from the public as why there are so many special meetings. Over the course of the last year, we had a lot of them. There's some months that maybe we don't need 2 meetings, but it's become a little bit of a burden with our office. I don't know how it is with the clerk trying to keep up with the volume of what comes through 1 meeting a month. If it would be easier to have 2, but I do know that we find ourselves down to the last hour cramming things on here, and then not giving you ample time for it to be on notice. I know we've had calls, why is this not on there? How come this appeared at 5 o'clock on Friday? It's because there are things that come up that we have deadlines to meet, that this has become a challenge. We're making it work. We'll continue to make it work if that's your desire, but there's pros and cons to both. So I danced around that all the way around.
There's good points made all the way around, but it's something to really consider and think about that, what we need to do. I mean, and I understand your staff and what they go through getting a hold of us or having to come in and sign something. I see that, but it's good discussion.
And one option might be going to 2 regular meetings and 2 work sessions a month, one of which is 9 o'clock and one of which is evening, and maybe minimizing the staff portion of the evening one, leaving that in the day portion.
Exactly. You could delineate what you're going to discuss at each meeting, so staff wouldn't have to be here for both meetings. We could have the reports during one, and we could delineate it and make some kind of procedure where both meetings will be different. And then plus, it will allow whoever wants to come will come, or else we'll still have a lot of empty seats.
That's right.
So with that in mind, I wonder if, and I hadn't had, I literally thought of it while you were talking, and so I don't know if this makes sense or not, but what if the evening meeting was a combined work session regular meeting? Okay, we should get to that idea.
I don't necessarily get it all. Think about it.
Yeah.
Well, there's 100 ways to skin a cat, so to speak. That's what I'm learning, because I'm
just trying to
hearing these
bring out
ideas
all
tossed
these,
out.
bring out all these different 100 ways, because somewhere in there is the right way to do it.
Maybe we could, never mind. No, there's some great ideas. Start a work session at 2 o'clock if you're running into the regular meeting. 5, 6, I mean, there's a lot of ideas we can come up with, and I think it's good discussion. I mean, biggest thing we have to take into consideration is the public. This is what these meetings are for. And I understand staff and what they have to go through, but our biggest thing is the public. This is their meeting. Unfortunately, sorry as far as the staff, but you know, it is what it is. And that's why they call it open meetings, and it's for public. That's why we make public announcements. And that, so there's a lot of good ideas here, and it'd be interesting what happens Thursday.
Well, Mr. Chair, another thing to consider is we're just starting the 4th hour of this work session. If we were to start at 6 o'clock in the evening, we'd be,
Midnight.
yeah, on just a work session. So maybe that's a reason to have more meetings per month, but...
Although, one thing would be that if we met twice a month, some of these kinds of things would be spread out over 2 meetings, too. And so maybe the meetings would be actually shorter. Because we're not trying to get, all this done in 1 minute.
We could be cutting the agenda in half, basically. Hopefully, that would be the goal.
That would be the goal, yeah. And as far as...
We wouldn't necessarily do financial reports twice a month.
Right.
No, we wouldn't have to do, we wouldn't, sorry, it's just too far away. We wouldn't have to do, like, elected officials reports and county reports twice a month. Like Commissioner Salas was saying, we could pick the things, specific things that were on the second meeting of the month and add to that the things that you guys are on deadline about.
Okay.
So how are we going to get from this conversation to a decision on Thursday?
Give a motion and a second and a vote.
I know, but there could be like...
And then remember, whatever you decide on Thursday, then we have to incorporate into the open meeting act, which you'll have to approve.
I need time to get ready for this.
Yeah, because it's not, because of the law, it's not. We can have fun with that one.
So I have a question about cost of staff, which is going to be really hard. Some people are going to have to be paid overtime.
That'd be the only one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone else's salary except for her, and she counts her time now, so we can.
Oh, okay. Okay. I think that's all I have for now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Item O, consideration regarding the agenda process of the Board of County Commission meetings. Commissioner Ponce?
What, I guess putting this on the agenda is just trying to figure out a process for all of us as far as what, it's not what, I guess it's not so much what goes on the agenda, it's a process is that we need to follow so we're all on the same page when things go on the agenda. My base is I don't really would like the commissioner not knowing what's, and I understand the agenda is published before that, but maybe some type of process, something to think about as to how we're putting things on the agenda and how the other commissioners are being informed, and maybe they need a little time to prepare for input or discussions, decisions. So that was pretty much why this was placed on there. I know some of the agendas, like I'll give you, and I don't remember if we did, I don't know, like, P&M, and I'm not, that's a great thing, but things like that, something that's more important. Yeah, that the commissioners are aware of this is going to be going on the agenda and put some thought in it. Sort of, I guess in the process will be sort of like this work session. This work session is to let us know what's in the agenda, so that'd be maybe like the same purpose of coming up with a process. And so I don't know what your guys' thoughts are on that, something to think about. And I don't know if I explained that really well, but I think you have a general idea of what I'm trying to say.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think so I can think of 2 different categories of things that are on the agenda. One is county management.
Right.
Should pretty well have free reign. If they need to put something on the agenda, I think it goes without saying. Now, when a member of the public or a commissioner or anyone else has, I think that's what we're talking about.
And that's what we're talking about, not so much county, what the county manager wants and business at hand, it's just the other things that come up to the agenda from us, from the public.
Okay.
So I've shared that concern in the past, but maybe slightly differently. My concern has been being informed of the agenda item. Not that I wasn't able to talk with someone about putting that agenda item on the agenda. And so I guess I'm trying to figure out, are you focused on both of those things, or would it have been enough whenever there's an agenda item added, in real time, basically, Charlene or Bernadette sends out an email to each of us that says, hey, this item has been added. And that way we are as informed as possible about what's going to be coming.
Right before you say, I sort of need, my question is what qualifies to be an agenda item?
I see.
So is it just a question that I have? Is it an issue that I want to discuss? Is it an issue that somebody brought to me? Hey, there's dogs running loose in North Hurd. Is that an agenda item? You know, I sort of need to know what qualifies to be an agenda item.
Well, there's a place for commissioner comments at both meetings, so, you know, the commissioners can talk about their items at that. They could also, if it's serious enough, they could request it to be on the agenda. I have some of the same questions. Some things of people have gotten on the agenda, and I've just wondered, is this something we really want to consider? However, you know, the other people have told me that we need to be respectful of the public and be open. So that's the question I have. Can anyone from anywhere get on our agenda and come in here?
I feel like that's one of the responsibilities we give to our chair, and that's part of why it can be a significant position. Is I would expect the chair to say, well, that's a trivial matter. Please make that during public comment. You don't need an agenda item. Or to say, yeah, that's an important, piece of the county that we need to hear about, and so let's give you up to 20 minutes. That's something I'm willing to put into one person so that we don't all have to meet about the agenda.
Yes,
I
agree with you.
And I understand that, but, I guess to me, it's the dissemination of the information, of what might or is going, because, what might be trivial to me may not be trivial to you. And if I make that call, I'm going to live with that.
I'll let you know.
I'm sure you will.
Mr. Chairman, as far as knowing what's on the agenda, that's why we have notice. So anytime an item comes up, we load that into notice. You can look at that.
Yeah, but you can see the difference between me having to check it every day and me getting a notice when it happens, right? It's more convenient to get a notice.
You're going to hire me someone else?
She's really efficient. I've seen her work.
Well,
if she puts a notice, she just hits a button and says, okay, new agenda item.
That's probably something from Mr. Villalba after his job description.
I guess I'm just a little, I'm lost. I don't know about Bernadette, but so there's certain things that I can put on the agenda, but other things that are not county-related business, I run through the chair.
That'd be fine. If you're okay with it, I'm good with it.
No, this is your...
Well, this is already what happens, really, right? You have things that are initiated either by you or by a department head, right? Hey, we got to get this on the agenda for a grant or whatever. And there are other things, like the PNM recognition, that are initiated by commissioners. And those are the ones that I would think the chair would have a decision-making role in.
But we also state that anytime you want on the agenda, that you fill out an agenda request form in the county manager's office to be placed on the agenda. So who's approving that? The chairman?
I would think so.
Yes.
That's a good point where we're not doing right now what we're talking about.
And I would say the chairman because of the difficulty it is for all of us to meet.
Exactly.
Calling quorum stuff.
But I think Chris has a really good point, Commissioner Ponce has a really good point that if, if it's not a trivial item to one commissioner, but it is to another, that puts a lot of responsibility on the chair to do something that, I don't know, but...
Well, I think the way that we've worked it now is any commissioner can sponsor an item on the agenda.
I agree.
I just don't see that that's as... So we were having some discussion, Charlene and I were having some discussion about that yesterday and whether that was good, and I was, now I'm changing my mind. I think the way I think that's working better than what possibly we're talking about.
So really, the only issue would be when it's not a commissioner making the request. Sorry to interrupt, but just to follow that same line, right? A member of the public can come in and fill out one of those forms, in which case none of us is sponsoring it. In that case, I do believe the chair should evaluate it. And, we just are going to have to rely on your judgment, or whoever's holding that seat, rely on their judgment, because that's the appropriate person to decide.
And if it becomes an issue of importance, we can always put it on the next meeting.
I agree.
Mr. Chair, just one thing to think about is that you are going to be also put in the position of deciding what content is going to be allowed. And so, we're also going to probably have to revise the resolution, because right now, you come in, you fill out your form, if it's related to county business, you get to have your, how long you get.
Up to 20 minutes, I think.
We could always, we could talk about different possibilities, like maybe you can only do that if you do get sponsored by a commissioner, something like that. So that we can stay away from one person evaluating, okay, this content should be on the agenda and this one shouldn't. That's a difficult issue that we might run into some trouble with. So I think before we made a decision, I might even, have to look at the language we're talking about, just to make sure that we don't run into First Amendment issues that Commissioner Billings was talking about. That also may be a way to avoid the yes you, no you, that kind of thing. Is maybe add something that says,
I can see where there's some liability there. I was just formerly chairman, and I could see where I'd be a little prejudiced in saying, there's no way I want that group from Santa Fe coming here and presenting that. 4 other commissioners might be open to that group from Santa Fe coming. I think it's a difficult position.
And there are possibly ways to get around it.
And that's why I brought up the point. What might be, important to me may not be important to the rest of the commissioners. And they're commissioners like I am. And I think my biggest thing is, what do we put on there? And I know it's hard, that all the commissioners be well informed of certain things on the agenda. And I guess that's my biggest thing. If we have a speaker for an agenda item, well, we should have an idea who that speaker is in case they want to bring in another speaker. Those are the things that I'm looking at.
That's exactly. Like, for instance, what happened at, our very controversial meeting, we had some sort of commissioner-sponsored speakers, and then we realized, we've got some commissioners that want to present over here as well. So,
and that's what I'm trying to avoid and make sure that we're all okay with what's going on.
But what happens sometimes is, you get some agenda requests and they say, okay, I want to talk about this topic and I will be speaking, so-and-so will be speaking, and so-and-so will be speaking. Other times they get agenda requests that have the topic and they say it's going to be whoever. Well, then they show up with 4 other people.
Right.
So there's no... You're talking about limiting who speaks and who they bring. I don't...
I'm not saying limiting anybody.
But I'm just saying that we don't have any control over who shows up. So we may have, for example, a group who comes from Santa Fe. Whenever they request time on the agenda or they speak to me or Bernadette, they say, okay, I'm Sally Smith and I'm coming to talk about XYZ. Well, Sally Smith shows up with 4 other people that speak, that they don't tell us, and even sometimes we ask, are you the only speaker, or who will be in your party? They're not always forthcoming with all of that information.
Right.
So I'm not entirely sure that that matters, as long as they stay on topic, and if they get their 20 minutes. So either this one person talks for 20 minutes, or 4 people talk for 5 minutes each. But it has to be on the same topic. They can't.
And has to be limited.
Right, they can't go off on, 10 different tangents. So I'm not sure it matters who they bring, as long as we know the one person.
And we're up front with their time limit at the beginning.
Right, and it's 20 minutes, no matter how many people.
Except when it is at 15. How come we all think it's
Whatever.
20?
Why do we all think it's 20?
I can't remember.
It's our resolution open meetings act, but, and also there has been a question to that when the member of the public has asked. And I did, if you bring 3 people, as long as it limits on that topic, and then limits to 15 minutes.
So I think in that respect, that's part of our job in making sure that the people who are requesting time follow the rules.
Correct.
If they turn in an agenda request that is not filled out correctly or whatever, it's our job to say, this is not enough, we need more, or that isn't on, that isn't an item that we're going to consider, or something like that. I think my concern is that in very controversial topics that have a time limit, it is our responsibility as commissioners to hear all sides of the issue. And so how are we going to make sure that happens on an agenda item?
Right. Yeah. This probably sounds like something we might put a lot more thought into, because of certain legalities, and probably table it and look at, think about it and go from there. That would be my idea right now.
Well, just keep telling us your ideas, and then we can say, okay, is that going to work? And then I can actually look, is there a legal issue here? Do we need to know about something that's not jumping out at us? Right.
I'm just wondering if that's not something we can discuss during, when we go out for executive session, put agenda items. So if you turn what you're requesting by X date, we discuss it and you get an answer. It's a group answer. That's going to be an agenda item, or that's going to be, just a discussion item.
I think we'd have to do that in open session. I think
Or we could do it, but it gives a timeline, it gives a time frame, so that we're not hit with it.
So is the main concern, sorry.
Go ahead. No,
I didn't get you, Mr. Chair. So is the main concern here, I think mine is, and I think what I'm hearing from the others is, an agenda item being placed on and we don't find about it until maybe 5 or 6 days, and we don't have enough time to prepare. It's a surprise.
That's my main concern.
Okay. I think that's mine too.
And
all of our concerns.
We never have 5 or 6 days. Well, I suppose we do. So I want to come back and ask a clarifying question. You said earlier that we could look at Novus anytime. So I don't look at Novus anytime. Do you guys post to Novus all during the month?
Yes, we do.
Interesting. I did not know that.
Really
so we could look at any time.
It really seems like it would be awfully easy, that Novus could set this up for you, that every time you do that, there's an automatic email generated new item. I really don't think that's hard.
Novus, well,
Even so, we'd be getting 30 notices during the month.
Most meetings don't have 30.
Okay.
I really don't think so, because I think most of them go in at the same time. And that's one notice for a bunch of items. And then it's just when other ones are added randomly. Or we could opt in if you don't want those notices, but I do.
Yes, because then you can do your due diligence.
The technology should not be the problem here, because that's like 1998 technology.
What's wrong with 1998?
I believe the process either way, more so, and if I may speak, Chairman and Commissioners of the Board, the process is, in my eyes, very simple. If you have someone that has come to you, like the agenda request states,
Any action necessary taken, of course, is sponsored by a commissioner. We let our public know that if they have not already talked to you. The process to me is, it works. What I have ran into is if you have an item and say, I need this, here's the title, please get it on the agenda because we have to learn our community about the meeting and a tentative agenda. I'm waiting for that item even sometimes Friday evening. So I think maybe that's something you all may want to discuss, here as well, is the item may be on there on the agenda, however, the document is not on there to view. So reading material, it's referencing and so forth, because that has happened several times.
Seeing that
From
sort of like,
commissioners, from the public, or from everybody?
Pretty much everything.
and that's the part of the commission not being informed, that piece. Yeah.
Right.
I agree.
That the documents are...
And I'm not saying it's anybody's fault, but you understand what, trying to, for all of us to be on the same page if we're gonna discuss an item.
So it might be, this would be hard too, but requiring more notice of, let's say, certain group wants to put something on the agenda, they might have to do it 2 weeks in advance and get their stuff into you.
That 10-day mark, in my opinion, has to be met. So if someone wants to submit something and it's sponsored by a commissioner, that document, whether it's in draft form, should be available by that 10th day. Now, I don't have the document available, I'll get it to you 5 days prior. That's where it starts running into, well, why is this on there? And what, it's not. I think to make it, clear for everybody, that deadline should mean something.
Who's responsible for...
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Who's responsible for that deadline? So in other words, let's just say that somebody wants to put an item on the agenda and I'm sponsoring. I'm the commission sponsor, and so you guys put it on the agenda, but the documents aren't there at the deadline. Is it going to be my responsibility to say to the person that they're not on there, or is it yours? Whose is it? And
it does get on the agenda request in the bottom.
No, I'm saying, so where I'm headed with this is, if the documents aren't there, it's off the agenda, period. I mean, we have to have a way to enforce the deadline. So that tells me that the item's off the agenda. Yes?
So that's what I was trying to explain earlier. It's really not the public that's violating it. We are, because we have items that Marisa may have something come up in the last minute that has to be on the agenda. She may not have that document formal by then. We may have sprung something on Abby in the last minute. She has other priorities. We may not have it fully drafted yet. We may not be able to have that on it. We're the ones violating it, and it's ultimately then my responsibility what goes on and what doesn't. So if that's the case, and if we don't have a document, I can say, sorry, we're not doing that. And then we'll be calling a special meeting once we have that document on there. So that may be something for you to consider on all of these things. So it's really not the public that's the problem. It's us, because we know,
that's the nature of our work.
Yes, because we know that, I can't wait until April the 19th. I have to get this on now. We're frantically trying to draft up a resolution so that you have time to see it, even though it's going on at the last hour. So I'd be happy to draw that line, but I will just say that that's going to require special meetings because we cannot wait until the next month.
Any sense of how much 2 meetings a month would help with that?
That's one of the 3 things I wanted to say. One, I support the table motion. We have to think about this more. Let's not do this on Thursday at the table. 2 meetings a month is going to help quite a bit with that, is my sense of it. And 3, not all presentations come with documents. So, if we are going to insist on a document, we'd have to add that to the agenda item request list, and maybe we say at the very least a document is an outline of the presentation, and that we require a written outline so that we all have a document. Those are my 3 ideas. Stay one.
So I do have one more question then. So if we went to 2 meetings a month, could the deadline be 5 days? Would that help?
Well, they have two opportunities.
Yeah,
and
now.
so I think that would be a good,
Just a thought.
You mean instead of 10?
I don't know.
Instead of 10 days?
Yeah, my thought was if we go to 2 meetings a month, the 10 days is less onerous. Because if you miss your 10-day mark, your next opportunity is not a full month away. Or it's a half month away. So
I
my
think
thought
it's
was,
fair that everyone gets as much notice as we can. So I'd agree with that.
So what was the first idea that was brought up?
We're gonna meet
Whose
once a
first
week.
idea?
But yeah, are we done with this one? Okay.
I agree, I support tabling this.
Kevin, happily move on. Item P, consideration of 2018 volunteer firefighters annual reporting form for PERA for Coquila, Fort Bear, Lower Nimbus, Sapio Creek, Tyrone, Whiskey Creek. This is an annual PERA form that requires approval of the commission. I'm going to talk about item Q and R together. So consideration of agreement A1907 and 08, Aging and Long-Term Services Department for the purchase and the installation of build equipment in the Gila Senior Center and the Members Senior Center. This is capital outlay agreements from last session. As you may recall, there's been several times the lease agreement has been on our agenda and we've had to amend it time and time again. That's been a holdup, and once we finally got that approval, they finally have released these capital outlay agreements, which we need your approval to proceed. And these projects are ready to move forward once we have these executed agreements. I really need Commissioner Brown here for this discussion, but I'll start. Consideration of agreement A1909, joint powers agreement by and between the County of Grant, Town of Silver City, City of Bear, Village of Santa Clara, Town of Hurley, and Western New Mexico University regarding Consolidated Public Safety Answering Point, known as PSAP. This is a joint powers agreement for dispatch. This came in front of the commission last year, and we approved it. The changes here are removing Gila Regional Medical Center. The dispatch board voted last week to move forward and remove Gila Regional from the JPA because they were unwilling to come to an agreement on the language. What Taffy stated this morning was in direct contradiction to what we've been advised as a board. We actually, James and I, put that back on her that we're happy to meet with you at any time. We're still waiting. She says we're waiting on James. So there's a lot of miscommunication. Part of there has not been any agreements on the language, as she stated. Their attorney, whose expertise is in healthcare law, seems to know more than our attorneys. And I say our, it's every local government attorney who is very well versed in the joint powers agreement and the laws around joint powers agreements, who do nothing but represent local governments. She's insisting that Gila Regional Medical Center be able to approve the budget of the dispatch board on their own. So what happens, this has been the biggest contentious issue. Right now, the dispatch board approves their budget. The budget is submitted to Linda. Linda includes that in our budget because the county is the fiscal agent. You then again approve that budget a second time. They're wanting Gila Regional to approve that on their own, which we disagree with. Doesn't really fall in line with the nature of the joint powers agreements. We started this joint powers agreement with a template that was provided by local government division that has been used all over the state for dispatch authorities, similar to how this one is comprised of several different agencies. It's passed the approval of every attorney within all of these members with the exception of Carolyn Banks. The board, and we've literally been having this discussion with them for over 6 months. It's tying the hands of dispatch moving forward with some very needed upgrades to equipment. And the biggest issue for the town of Silver City and Grant County is the way the current JPA reads. So we have the gross receipts tax, which funds dispatch. Any shortfall in that, there's not enough revenue to completely fund that budget. What it currently states is that that shortfall is split 50% between the town of Silver City and Grant County. So what this JPA does is it splits that percentage based on average call volume. So we're looking at, instead of splitting the shortfall between two agencies, everybody is contributing based upon their call volume. The statement that they had spent $2,000 on legal fees this morning really made me chuckle, because they're not even looking at probably even having to pay somewhere near that in the JPA. So this version in front of you moves forward with everybody else who wants to participate, removing them from the JPA, and what the intention is that they would be billed for every call individually. I was just explaining that what she stated this morning was in quite contradiction to what we've been informed of as a board, and that the board voted to move forward last week to move on without them. So I don't know how you want to handle that, if you want to go ahead and approve it without them, or you want us to go back and I'll let Commissioner Brown chime in, as he's been through this.
Yeah, we've both been frustrated by it. I would say if they can produce a signature in the next 2 days, well, today or tomorrow, then I'm happy to table this and let them go back to what they've been passing up on. Otherwise, I don't want to wait another month.
So I will get with James Marshall, who's the chairman of the board, and see if we can get a signature. Because she basically said everything had been hammered out. That's not what we're getting, so if we can get them to sign it, I think that would make everyone happy.
The proof will be in the signature.
I can work on that in the next 2 days.
It's been remarkable dealing with them, and we've asked for help from the Board of Trustees to get the administration to move on it, and that was unsuccessful. They've had many months. Don't feel that you are depriving them of due process, because they've had a long time.
Gee, I'm having a similar experience with them.
Well, you got my attention when you mentioned the name of the attorney. I mean,
right, it kind of goes without saying, doesn't it?
yeah, I guess I don't need to say anymore.
That's right.
You know, they've talked about we need to get new counsel. How many years has this been going on?
A long time. And the complaints, some of them are just completely ignorant complaints. Apparently the council doesn't understand how JPAs work. It's shocking.
And my only concern, and I don't know the history, but my only concern would be that they're excluded, but they won't be excluded, they'd just be charged.
They'd be charged.
So
just so you know, my question, these are all dispatch calls. There are some funny stories. Well, there may be other calls. Sometimes they call for security. Right? There could be other calls that go through central dispatch. For ambulance, for GMC. But some of their calls are to transfer a patient from one part of their facility to another, and the call goes through dispatch. Some of their calls have been to attend to somebody in a hallway when there's actually a medical professional very nearby, but they call through dispatch for it. Why is a great question. That's why I say they've been funny stories. There is some question in my mind, just to let you all know, if we can't get them to even sign this JPA, it is not obvious to me that they will pay on a per-call basis. Now, that didn't keep the authority board from voting unanimously to move ahead with a new JPA and to test it. But I do foresee potential problems collecting from the hospital, even if they do use the services, which would put us, being the regional dispatch authority, in the position of potentially denying the hospital access to those services for non-payment. And that will be a difficult call to make. So just to warn you, this isn't over just when, we vote on this.
So one thing that occurs to me is that, so it's one thing if we get a signature in the next 2 days, then we can table it and take it back up in April. Is that what you're saying?
No,
we would actually, we would vote on it. Okay, so if we don't get a signature and we don't vote to move ahead, then we have completely undermined all the work of the Regional Dispatch Board, which I also think is not a good thing.
That's true.
I'm just saying. You guys, we have conferred our trust in your work on that board. And I think especially with a recalcitrant partner like that, it really undermines your authority for us to go back on that and not do what you've agreed, what you have obviously thought very hard about and agreed is the right thing to do.
I agree with both you commissioners. If there is no signature, then
we should go ahead and vote on it.
And we'll deal with the building project.
That's right, we'll deal with the building.
I'll go much stronger. I'd say, if you don't want to be part of it, you don't have to be. This is a service, it's not a right. So you take care of your own.
The problem there being, of course, that their own are also our own, right? We're talking about 90-some% being county residents whose services could be affected.
Well, something, if you're not doing wrong, if they're the ones that are being obstinate, then they have to pay the price for being obstinate. Okay? So I just think that something needs to shake their tree.
Well,
so if they don't pay the bill,
we could take over their board. Oh, sorry. Sorry, you missed all those discussions.
So, but I think that, I don't think it makes a lot of sense to project too much about what would happen if we do what we do.
Right.
I think we just need to.
Well, I would hope that if this was me and my wife not communicating, she'd want me to communicate. So I would hope somebody I would hope that the county management could reach out and communicate and break down this barrier. I mean, we were hearing one thing this morning, now we're talking without them being here or something else. I just hope some communication could solve some of it. And maybe I'm just wishful thinking, maybe you guys have been through it.
No, I think it's appropriate.
No, it is, and we will I will get with James as soon as this meeting's over, and we will cut right up to the hospital with.
I was going to say, have the document in your hand and go right to her office.
We have tried different options. James has met with Kathy. He has gone so far as going directly to the board chair, had a conversation. We thought we had it at that point. Then Ms. Banks had more issues that we couldn't agree to because that's not the nature of how the Joint Powers Act works. And I understand when she said, we are a compliance person and there's certain things we can do. Well, there's certain things that the state requires you to do in a joint power, and I think the state probably has a bigger club than GRMC. And so if that's an issue with them, then we may never come to an agreement. But I will give it James. We will do our best in the next day and a half to get a signature.
I've always wondered why Kathy stays around in this. That's the one day she didn't was the one day probably could have resolved some of this. But anyhow, hopefully
I'm not sure she's up to speed on exactly what's happening, to be honest with you, based on her comments this morning. So there's been some breakdown in communication, and we will work on that.
Okay, thank you.
Well, maybe the hospital just thinks that now they have the power and the tail can wag the dog, and that's just not what it can be. And this is not something unreasonable that you're asking them to do.
They've been doing it for years.
Yeah,
I tell you, as being somebody on the outside calling into that central dispatch center, you want those people answering right away.
That's right.
Yeah. Yes, you do.
And
you do.
Chairman there can attest to that.
And that's why we put a trust in orange and we give them orange.
That's right.
We'll move on. We're good with that one?
Yeah.
Good with that.
Next item, this was tabled from the last meeting, consideration of resolution R-1916, adoption of Grant County social media policy. Some of you expressed that you had some concerns with the draft that was presented. And heard from many of you of what those concerns were. So,
I can't lie, I haven't looked at it. So.
Do we need to table it again?
Actually, I did express my one concern, and that is I feel very strongly that no Facebook page associated with the county should be able, people out in the public should be able to comment on. And I'm repeating to you what I have said to Charlene about this. I think that early on, I was a big advocate of the county being on Facebook and using Facebook as a communication tool. And I've had lots of conversations with Charlene about the fact that I think we need to have a venue to talk to the public about all the good things that the county's doing, because I think often people only hear about trouble, and they don't hear about the good things that we're doing. But I feel very strongly that that should be a one-way communication tool, because I have serious concerns about the kinds of things that people say on Facebook, and I don't think we want that on our county Facebook page.
So currently, we don't allow public comments. We post, and that's it. It's supposed to be set up, and we did several months of research before we were talking with other counties. Sandoval County has an excellent PIO who provided a lot of guidance, and a lot of counties have run into that issue where it gets taken over by all of the comments, and then it loses its effectiveness to be a tool to share the good work that the county's done, or simple as the landfill's closed today because the wind's blowing. Those sort of things that we're utilizing it for. So currently, and I know there has been a couple times where there's been a comment that's popped up, but we went through the parameters to not allow that, so that it was only an ability for the county to post information and not allow comment. But there's been a couple times it has come up, and we haven't been able to figure out why it happened, but it did. But
so then, in that case, then, under unacceptable use, in the last bullet point, it says, failing to exercise good judgment or respect the opinions of those who may comment on a social media site operating on behalf of the county. So either that bullet point is unnecessary. Well, let me rephrase that. That bullet point is unnecessary if we're not going to allow comment, but I don't see anywhere, I don't recall seeing anywhere in here that specifically says we will not allow comment, and I would like to see that in the policy.
so, and I know this references social media, so there's many other avenues of social media. So if it was a Twitter account, is it going to be, I mean, do you want all social media? Or, I mean, all we have currently is Facebook. I don't think I want to venture to Twitter.
It actually says that it only lists Facebook as being our official social media sites.
Right.
So at the moment, we're only talking about Facebook.
So I'm using an example, like Corte Caminos had Twitter on theirs at one point in time.
So based on this policy, they would not be allowed to do that. They'd have 60 days to stop using Twitter. Yeah. So, yeah, I would like to...
We can clean that.
Yeah.
I agree with that. And I think we're providing enough public input. We would put it into a work session if they want to comment about anything that's on there that's been released. So I'm with you on that one.
So then the other comment I have...
Can I pause since we're on Twitter? Did I understand you about to say you don't believe we should ever utilize Twitter as a means of communication to county residents? Is that what you just said? I realize that the policy says that, but I guess my assumption was we were going to ramp up, and that this policy would change as we became a little more savvy.
I would be willing to consider Twitter in the future. I'm not willing to consider it on this policy.
That's fine. That's what I wanted to find out.
I thought we were just talking pretty much Facebook right now.
Right now, I think that's all we're talking about.
Information.
Okay. But we do have to recognize that we're many years behind in a lot of these, right? And Twitter happens to be extremely effective, more effective than Facebook elsewhere.
I thought that was 1998 or...
Yeah, I think we've moved to 2008 at this point.
But even if you were to get, the Twitter, you still have to have something to control it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
somebody within
We
the
can-
we will have to consider
We can have
that.
that conversation.
It's control in a different way. Facebook makes it very easy to say nobody else posts. Twitter is less so.
And maybe this is the time that I can bring this up also, is that one of the things that I would really like to see is somehow for the public, you know, you guys probably get it, you know, my road is this, and this hasn't happened, all complaints. And I said, I wish we had some kind of a way to bring the complaints into the county, and they would be answered, even if they're not answered to what they want.
Does email not work?
I think that's a commissioner responsibility. We should say to people, call your commissioner.
All right, this is a different discussion, and I disagree with you.
Okay, well, we can have that conversation. And I don't disagree with you that people should be heard. I'm not saying that at all.
Well, I would just like some kind of mechanism to say, you know, somebody complained about the road, and somehow that we make sure that we addressed it and gave them back an answer.
So, you know, the town of Silver City has used very effectively their pothole report.
Bingo.
Maybe we should do that.
There is a platform that we can purchase.
And they don't have to go through a counselor.
Right.
And I don't think you should have to.
I have no problem with somebody asking me, because I just turn around and tell Charlene, you know. But somehow that they would be recognized and they would have an answer.
Yes. So, the other thing, under Grant County acceptable use, third bullet point, when using social media on behalf of Grant County employees will act in a professional and ethical manner. And then the third bullet point says, providing factual data sources, balanced views. Acknowledging and correcting errors, using proper grammar and style. So factual data sources, acknowledging and correcting errors, proper grammar and style are all, what's the word I'm looking for?
Judgmental? Subjective?
Subjective, thank you. And balanced views is more objective. Who's going to determine if the view is balanced or not?
Well, it's more subjective.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, right.
So I actually think we should just leave balanced views out of that sentence. Grant County employees provide factual data sources, acknowledging and correcting errors, using proper grammar and style. The balanced view piece, I think, doesn't happen on Facebook. It happens in commission meetings.
Just because that would be opinion.
So providing factual data and sources, comma, acknowledging and correcting errors, using proper grammar and style. Okay. That's a good comment.
I'm done.
No, I'm not good with it. I'm good with it too.
Me too.
I'm just,
So we'll make those in.
Here in about a minute or two, we're going to hear this more. It's going to be good. My breakfast is
So we'll make those amendments and present it.
So it does say that the only elected officials, department heads, or their designees are authorized to post information on behalf of the county.
So the way that our Facebook
Where
is
does it
set
say
up now, so the way that our Facebook is set up now is because Facebook doesn't allow you to have 10 administrators, we have 3. And so Stephanie, it was Kevin, that Stephanie, myself, and Bernadette post to Facebook. And what we did is we sent out an email to all departments. If you're doing anything, you know, or something's going on, you know, Lisa needs to get election information out, or, you know, Earl gave us pictures when we did, I don't know, kind of stand something. So they're submitting that to us, and then we're putting that on Facebook.
So shouldn't we make this bullet reflect that policy? 'Cause I think your approach is right. This bullet to me is too wide open.
Which one are you talking about? He's talking about...
So it's on page 4. It's the 4th bullet on page 4.
It says department. Only elected officials. I swear you had something that said the buck stops.
Yeah, can we just put a bullet, the buck stops with the manager?
You can add something like that. Maybe I thought it and didn't put it in there.
And then, there are bullets that go along with it down below about exercising discretion. But those also refer to elected officials, department heads, or their designees. That's quite a number of people.
Yeah, so can we table this till April? Because now that I'm looking at all of these, there's a lot that really doesn't coincide with, now that you talk out loud, you read this and you're like, yep, we got it, and now that you're bringing these up and giving me a different perspective, it's really not coinciding with what we're actually doing. And I know Abby's got a lot on her plate right now, I've got a lot on my plate. I don't know that we'll have a draft ready by Thursday, so I would... There's the other section.
Okay, that sounds good.
So I believe we would need a little more time.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Let's do it right.
Okay, ready? Move on. Consideration of resolution R 1925, acceptance and approval of the fiscal year 2018 audit. Debbie with Kriegel Greater Shaw will be here on Thursday to go through the audit with you.
So I realize we have a chance to ask her questions on Thursday. I guess I've maybe just one that's directly for you. And that's that apparently we decided not to include a management's discussion and analysis.
That is optional. You don't have to do that.
And did you consider, do we sometimes do that in our audits?
I've done it both ways. A lot of times it's the auditor's discretion, or, some auditors feel really strongly that you should have MD&A in there, others don't.
Yeah.
She's not really expressed an interest that we need to do that, but the audit rule does not require it. I don't know if it does.
I realize it's not required. It's often just a good opportunity to address some issues, but you all decided not to do it this week. All right, thanks.
Item B, consideration of resolution R 1926, a resolution amending the approved and adopted budget for the fiscal year commencing July 1, 2018, and for county purpose in the county of Grant, Silver City, New Mexico, transferring and appropriating funds thereof. That's the long way of saying we have a budget adjustment.
Chairman, members of the board, as a budget adjustment, for doing some increases and decreases to revenue and expenses, and I'll go over them with the total. The Fire Protection Fund is the Tryon Volunteer Fire Department, which is from the Fire Protection Fund, will be transferring out $5,000 into regional dispatch. This is part of their contribution to their expenses at dispatch. At the same time, dispatch is asking for an intra-budget transfer, and they're just decreasing $15,965 from 2 individual line items and putting in that money into other line items within that same department. In the intergovernmental grant fund, we received several grants for fire protection monies. This will be for Fort Bend Fire Department. They received $84,434.40. So revenue and expenses are increasing by the same amount. PA Fire Department received $100,000 and increasing revenue and expenses by that amount. Sapio Creek Fire Department received $63,000 and the revenue and expenses are increasing by the same amount. Also, there was a wildfire risk reduction grant that was awarded to Grant County in the amount of $10,000. Revenue and expenses are being increased by the same amount. And in the Homeland Security Grant Program, we also received a grant in the amount of $30,000 for capital outlay equipment, and this is also going to increase revenue and expenses by the same amount. And the one for the fire protection grants that were awarded, it's mainly to buy SCBAs for the fire department. In the DARE program, there is a cash transfer from the reserve deputies, so transferring out $6,000 into the DARE program and at the same time increasing expenses by $30,000 in the DARE program. And they have cash available to offset the difference between the revenue that they're receiving right now.
How do they happen to have that?
Because they've had it carry over from throughout the year, so it's just carryover funds from previous fiscal years. And then in the NMFA project funds, we received a Colonias grant for the Rosedale Road Phase 2 project for the drainage and flood control, and that is in the amount of $1,100,000. So revenue and expenses are being increased by the same amount. In the airport fund, there's an intra-budget transfer of $3,000 in which we're taking out $3,000 from building maintenance and putting it into equipment maintenance. And they also received a state grant for their annual maintenance in the amount of $22,222, and that requires a cash match from the airport itself in the amount of $2,222, and the grant amount is $20,000. So we're increasing expenses by $22,222, having a cash transfer of $2,222, and revenues of $20,000 for that grant. In the Correcaminos grant, they received a total of $1,171,039, and this is for the operational and administrative portion of the grant for fiscal year 2018. So the revenue is increasing by $1,171,39, and their expenses are increasing by $1,083,621.88. And that $1,171,000 also includes revenue from their rider fees.
Why is that FY18, which ended for us last June 3rd?
Oh, I'm sorry, that should be FY19.
Oh, good.
But it's 2018 for them because it's federal. Their federal fiscal year, so that's the name of the grant. But it's effective.
Oh, that's the name of the grant. Right. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
Any questions? I know these can get a little confusing.
I just have something that we've talked about before. It doesn't affect most of these, but some of these intra-fund transfers that are, like equipment maintenance to building maintenance repairs, surely you don't need to bring those to us. New revenues, yes. Intra-fund transfers, of course, but
I'm sorry.
I really would like you to have the authority to just make those other transfers.
I still have to do it by resolution to be submitted to Santa Fe.
That's not up to us?
I can do it because we did do a resolution where you gave me the authority to do it, but I still have to provide it in the resolution.
Just keep, a couple dozen copies of that resolution and send it off each time.
Well, you have to send that to Santa Fe because you're transferring between different functions, right?
Not the intra-fund. You know what, you're correct. When it's the intra-fund transfer, the UFA doesn't have to approve it. It's when it's transferring from one fund to another. And you know what, we did do a resolution.
Yeah, I remember talking about it.
You're right.
But maybe something's changed.
No, nothing's changed. That was my mistake. Sorry about that.
You could have done the lunch already.
You're right. You could have saved a good 2 minutes.
I'm hungry. I'm not thinking right now.
Any other questions? I'm going to try to provide you these so you guys can go meet with the Holland officials.
We also have it.
Consideration of resolution R-1927, a resolution to enter into a cooperative agreement between the County of Grant and the New Mexico Department of Transportation for the improvement of roads within Grant County. I'm going to tell them real quickly why we had to do this one.
I need to file an extension because we actually ran out of money on the bridge project over there. Was consulting with 3 different engineers on it. The soil out there wasn't very stable, and so I'm going to have to hire a contractor to come in and actually pour some concrete pillars for that bridge. And so I've talked with District 1 and told them what the deal is, and so just to be on the safe side, they wanted me to go ahead and ask for an extension. I still should get the money, probably a signed contract back in August, September, and we still should be able to complete the bridge this year for December 31st, but this is just in case it doesn't happen.
Any questions, comments on that? Item X, consideration of resolution R-1928, a resolution authorizing submission of an application for airport aid to the Federal Aviation Administration. This is for the terminal renovations at the Grant County Airport. Rebecca, do you want to explain real quickly what the difference is between the state and FAA and what this resolution authorizes?
Yeah, this allows us to make our application to the FAA. The FAA will not fund a project until we actually have bid documents showing the cost of the project. And so we have our state fund, our state grant for $204,000 that came in before. That basically gets us through the process of getting architectural review and bid documents, and then being able to take it out to bid and then showing the FAA that. Also, because of their federal fiscal year, it's always a little bit longer on the back end, so it's all about timing, and that's why we get the state grant approved as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Next item Y, consideration of resolution R-1929, TUCASA Advisory Board Member Appointment. The charter for TUCASA appoints one member of the commission to the board. When this came to fruition, we had to stagger the terms in a little bit odd way. So it was for a one-year appointment that is up at the end of this month. So we need to fill that appointment with another with the commissioner for 3 years. And Commissioner Edwards has served on that board, and she has expressed an interest to continue serving in that capacity. So that's what that resolution does.
Commissioner Edwards, is there any opportunity for involvement other than being a board member?
Sure. I mean, the public is invited, and a public person has only come to one meeting, but they participated fully in the meeting with questions and, all that kind of stuff.
Okay, I'll talk to you on that later. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have a call-in for one of our items on the executive session today, and they've been waiting for us. Would it be possible if we could go into executive session and come back for the commissioners' reports? I think it would probably take 20 minutes.
I don't have it.
We can wait for commissioner reports.
If that's what you all wish, I guess.
Next item on the agenda, commissioner reports, nothing from the commissioner.
So you need a motion then to go into executive session, correct? So I will make that motion that we go into an executive session in accordance with MSA 1978-15-1.
You have a motion? I'll second
Chairman, Commissioners Brown, Edwards, Billings, and Salas, are you all aware that you will be entering executive session?
Yes.
Can we declare, wow, we don't even have to. Can we declare the empty chairs and we're making no action as we go into this session?
No action.
Okay, and you can, there if you like.
All those in favor?
Aye.